Okay, so the signal that we are online is here. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you here at Hybernská campus. This is for us a very special day because we have you here, the International Committee for Marketing and Public Relations of the conference ICOM. So thank you for choosing our premises for your meeting. My name is Marcel Kraus and I'm team leader here in the Hybernská campus, and I would like to say you a few words about this place, what this place is about. Maybe you wonder where you are here. Yeah. This is actually a common project established together with the city of Prague and Charles University, one of the oldest universities in Europe. Our goal and mission is to establish here a place, creative and innovative place where different scientific subjects can meet with the different members of different spheres, like NGOs, businesses, state organizations, and other academia. I would like to create here a space which is in a favor of meetings and talks and freedom of expressions in order to support innovations in any kind of place, societal challenges, business challenges, etc. And I think that your committee is here very well because it has very much common with the so-called third mission of the university. It is the relationship between academia and innovations and research and the society or citizens or actually people. So once more, welcome in Hybernská campus. Thank you. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would also like to say hello to those of you who are with us online.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you, Marcel. I mean, this is a very exciting place to be. We were at an older institution, and now we're in an old building with a young spirit. So we're very, very excited to be here. Your staff has been incredible. I can't name all of them. I mean, there's Nila, there's Eva, there's Thomas, there's Joseph. I'm going to miss a few, but your staff is just phenomenal. And if anybody wants to do a fabulous meeting of minds and creative spirits in Prague, they should come to Campus Hybernská.
Oh, thank you very much.
We do marketing. That's what we do. So I am Deborah Ziska. I am Vice President of the International Council of Museums, Marketing and Public Relations International Committee. And I want to welcome, if we have followers around the world on YouTube, thank you for joining us today. We're really glad to have you. You can follow our program on our website at ICOM-MPR, ICOM-MPR. We have a website, and you'll find our program for Prague there for today. I also want to thank my Prague Planning Committee. It's all women. No surprise, right? Anastasia Beliciotti, who's here. Joy Sin, who's in Taiwan. I know she's watching on YouTube. Cecilia Martin. Yuchien Chang, who you will see later on. Lucimara Letelier, who you'll see later on. Anna Dentoni. And Susan Vanslot-Kuhlman. And of course, we had the support of our treasurer, Bjorn Stenvers, and Matthias Henkel, our president. So this is the 26th ICOM General Conference here in Prague. The theme of this year's conference is the power of museums. And for the past week, we've had 30 speakers from more than 20 countries speaking about how to inspire, how to engage, or how they've inspired, how they're engaging with their audiences around the world. Today, we will explore from many perspectives how we can get energized now that we're inspired, now that we're engaging in conversation. We're going to get energized today. We're going to do a manifesto. We're going to hear from more speakers. So we're going to get energized and excited and develop a manifesto about how we can take action when we go home around the world with our museums. You, as a museum staff person, as a museum worker, you have the power. Our museums have power because of you. Today, communities face environmental crises, pandemics. Pandemics are going to go on forever, we know that. Violence, and some lack access to basic needs, civil rights, education, or economic opportunities. So our presenters, our panelists, will tell us how marketing, public relations, membership, fundraising, communications, publications, all the communications fields are enabling their museum to respond to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, how to turn ideas into effective community relations and actions, and how to collaborate with new partners to engage in meaningful activism. So today it's my pleasure to thank you to Campus Hibernska once again, and yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a small question. Do we have still time or
yes,
not?
We have a lot of time.
I'm interested in one thing. So you know us already, but I don't know you. Can I ask, you know each other in this group? Or it is first meeting
Lucimara,
for
would
you
like
two?
to get the microphone on the table, please?
Yeah.
And it's already activated. You don't need to push anything.
Yeah.
And in case we have any speakers from the audience. Okay.
Yes, yes. Can you please for me hands up of those of you who are coming from North America, for example? Okay. South America. Wow.
Wow.
Asia.
Asia.
Okay. Europe.
Okay, we expect that.
Neighbors countries around the Czech Republic, Germany, Poland,
Georgia's
Austria,
here, I know.
Slovakia.
Yep.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was it. Thanks. Yeah.
That was a good question. Thank you for asking that. Yeah, we have a lot of countries represented here.
Yeah, that's Australia. Maybe I forgot. Is someone? Okay.
Australia's not here today.
Central America.
Central America.
Africa.
Costa Rica. Africa. Yeah, we have a speaker from Africa, from Kenya, coming later.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
So now we're going to start. As a matter of fact, it's great that you mentioned Latin America and Asia and Africa, because we're going to start our morning with voices from the Global South. Lucimara Letelier is an ICOM board member, very active, from ICOM-Brazil. And she's also the director of Museu Vivo in Brazil. Did I pronounce that right? Museu Vivo in Brazil. And that is a consultancy in sustainability for museums. And she has worked for 23 years. It doesn't sound possible, but 23 years. She looks so fabulous all the time, in the sector of arts, culture, and museums. So I'm going to pass the microphone on to you, Lucimara, and I'm going to take away. The program is now yours. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see everyone here in the room now, because we have been working for 1 year in this program. And it has been very exciting, as she said, because we believe that when we would get here, which is the August 25th, by now we would have voted the new museum's definition. So I think it was very enthusiastic yesterday when we saw everything going on, and looks like I think we got it right, because today it's about how we take action to move forward and to actually make it happen, which is a big challenge for all the museums. So basically, I just want to say hello also to our friends who are on the YouTube following us. It's a little early in Brazil, but you may have seen, you probably will see this later on the recording that you're going to have. So the power to take action, taking action in a post-COVID world, voices from the Global South. Thank you, my ICOM-MPR colleagues from the board, especially Deborah Ziska, who is the chair of this organizing committee and who trusts us to bring the voices from the South and also to commit that South America and Africa and other places could speak about what they think about this implementation now of the definition. Thank also to the Campus Rybenska, I hope I pronounce it right, because the staff has been very helpful as well. And thank you all for the presence. We have been working this program, and I'm very happy that this is happening now. But it was great to see this week in ICOM Prague how everything is tied up to what we are going to do this here today. And I want to highlight some areas of the new museum's definition that perhaps we'll concentrate on the debate today, and we may concentrate as well on the manifesto activity today that we'll be running with Cecilia Martin and our colleagues. And you are all invited to join us at the manifesto in the afternoon. So please stay and bear in mind that this can be very helpful to the all ICOM community. So I highlight some areas of the museum's definition. In the service of society. Museums are in the service of society, accessible, inclusive, foster diversity, foster sustainability, work ethically, and with the participation of communities. Although the definition of the museum is, I understand, and I think we understand this is a vision. We want to get there, and we need to discuss how we're going to get there. We all believe, I guess, museums should be doing this. But for that, we need to act now in the present moment. And there is some work to be done in order to reach that. And the global North and the global South have their differences, but now they have a common ground to work with. How we as museums professionals will take action in these areas, and what changes are we willing to make in order to take responsibility and commit ourselves to what is required to achieve these goals. So this is our question for our panel today. And it's my duty to explain you how will be the dynamics of this panel, because if you have questions, you should get them prepared. And because we collect them at the end, we hope. And I will explain how this works. So this morning, we'll have a chance to hear the voices of the Global South as we invited Brazil, Colombia, and Kenya to hear what are the perspectives from the South America and from Africa on the challenge that museum will have to face in order to meet the new museum's definition. We all know it's a long way to go until museums become more inclusive, accessible, and sustainable. And we also know there are differences between the North and the South, and that COVID crisis has brought enormous challenges for museums, both on financial sustainability, but also struggles about how to deal with the audiences when we were just restricted to the digital world. But also, COVID demonstrated that huge social issues, museums were capable of offering support in terms of mental health, in terms of fighting poverty, and also uniting communities in difficult times. Alongside struggles, museums have demonstrated during the pandemic times their power to create partnerships and be immensely creative on finding ways to overcome the urgencies of such a critical moment. So for that, I will be able to invite our speaker now, our keynote speaker, because along that theme, she has a very strong point of a museum in Brazil that she's the director, and she'll bring the case for us. So Marilia Bonas, she is from Brazil, and she has been elected just yesterday a member of the executive board. So we're very happy, and we congratulate, parabéns. In Portuguese, parabéns. So she will present the case of a Brazilian museum of Portuguese language that has taken action during the pandemic crisis, and also its current position on key society issues, on her perspectives in other museums' actions in Brazil and South America. So I will just explain that we're going to have Marilia as the keynote speaking to us. And right after her, we're going to have the panel. And for the panel, we have key questions for our panelists to answer. So each of them will have 5 to 10 minutes to give their thoughts and ideas, and then we'll have questions that I will moderate, but also collect from you all. So without further ado, I would like to just mention a little bit more about Marilia. So Marilia is a historian specialized in museology from the University of São Paulo. She also holds a master in social museology in the Lusófona University of Lisbon. And she's currently the director of the Portuguese Language Museum and the Football Museum. And she's also a director of the ICOM-Brazil, supporting, of course, the president and all the groups there. So after your speech, I will explain how the questions for your panelists. And Marilia, the stage is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation, Deborah and Lucimara. I'll read a text because after this intense week, it's better to guarantee the idea. So I will present like an overview and then present some cases. So thank you very much for this invitation to talk about taking action in a post-COVID world. It's an honor and a challenge, especially after these intense days. So I'll start with my presentation and I'll try not to, okay, it's just to, okay, thank you, sorry. So, next slide. So for the beginning, we changed a lot in 3 years. We dealt with fear, with grief, layoffs, closures, insecurities. We have changed personally, we have changed professionally, ICOM changed. Our lives changed. Museums have changed. In this perspective, the debate on the social function of museums and our commitment with communities also reached another place. So I'll try here to share some thoughts about this crossroad, the new definition and the response of the museums to the pandemic, and how this has a huge impact in how museums exist now. This debate of the social function of museums is not recent. We can think about 1950s seminars about the role of museums in education, the creation of eco-museums, community museums, territory museums. Also this year, the Declaration of Santiago turned 50 years, and it's so valuable and addressed to so many contemporary issues. So as a Latin American, I really recommend that you read the Declaration of Santiago to discuss all this that's really connected with the new definition of museums. So, of course, in our context here, it was the wording of the new version of the definition of museums in 2019 that reignited this debate. Democratizing, polyphonic, partnering with communities, global well-being, these terms, which have impacts in terms of practice and policies around the world, somehow translate the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times of museums. In 2019, what were we dealing with? Climate change, migration crisis, threat to originary people, revisionism, denialism, far-right governments, fascism, ultranationalism, growth of inequality, politicization, polarization of human rights, and then the pandemic. And then this. Addressing or not to these issues, dealing directly with them, how to deal with them, and with whom, with which tools, all of these occupied the center stage of ICOM's discussion and tensions in the last 10 years. But this zeitgeist, this spirit of the time, brought by the definition debate in Kyoto, was catalyzed by the advent of the coronavirus pandemic. A debate that seemed theoretical becomes a guide for action and a guide to the museum's responses to this situation. So it's interesting to analyze the response of museums to the pandemic and think about in which way they translate what are museums for in the century 21. There were two types of response to the pandemic, and happily we had here in the conference many presentations about them. I'm so sorry about the platforms, this misspelling that I was reading. So, migration to digital platforms and civic actions. We had a lot of digital engagement in a communicational perspective that expanded the presence of museums in social media, new platforms, and other medias. But here I would like to highlight digital initiatives that are less content producers, users, and more building nets, dialogues, common strategies. So we have these two fronts, different fronts that I would like to share with you. Collecting actions. So many museums, not just historical or city museums, based on different strategies, collected the pandemic. The issue of multivocality and participatory process are a highlight of many of these responses. So Science Museum Group, National Museum Australia, collecting COVID, and so the polyphonic, the multivocality, this is really an intense strategy of collecting the pandemic. Still is, not was, because the pandemic is still here, unfortunately. And then we have also actions of direct relationship with the public on virtual platform. I bring here the case of the Football Museum, which began to provide educational and dialogical activities with elderly people in isolation in institutions or in their own homes. This project is one of the nominees for ICOM Awards today. So it was really, 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 and if you can see in the photo, these are like a party of these elderly people in isolation to connect with our team, our educational team in the Football Museum. They were really happy. They put the best clothes. They sang songs. It was really, really, really great. And we're still developing this project and trying to analyze what are we going to do, what are we going to do next. And then we had also action of direct civic actions. So I will present like Colombian cases, so, but of course we'll again, back to this. So the Museu Casa de la Memoria in Medellin mapped the needs of its territory and worked on the distribution of food and medicines, also listening and documenting stories of these neighbors. They become partners of the municipality during the pandemic, and this action resulted also in an exhibition reinforcing the relationship of this neighborhood with the museum. And I will dwell a little more on this case of the Portuguese Language Museum, where I work under the executive direction of Renata Mota, that will join us in our next panel here. So the Portuguese Language Museum, with Casa do Povo and other cultural institutions in the region, and a lot of social collectives, created the Rede Cuide do Bom Retiro, net Take Care of Bom Retiro. This region of the Luz, Campos Elíseos, and Bom Retiro, this neighborhood, is one of the regions with the greatest inequality in the city of São Paulo, with a large homeless population and large concentration of crack addicts, which gave to this region the name of Crackland, Cracolândia. In a territory with so many issues of human rights deprivation, what to do first in this pandemic context? The network in this initiative started a campaign to collect funds, food and medicines. Every week we had meetings where the social collectives decided where to prioritize the applying of funds and resources. In a division between their emergencies, they share, they split and prioritize, so we need these now, and next week we'll see what's the most urgent issue to deal in this context. Every action was carried out horizontally. This network action was the basis of our Neighbors program that the Portuguese Language Museum has today, which has more than 65 institutional partners just in this territory, and seeks to stimulate network actions between cultural institutions, health institutions, and social assistance institutions, among other things. And other cases in Latin America, so the Museu de la Memoria in Chile hosted a communitarian kitchen to neighbors in need, and the Immigration Museum in São Paulo articulated also many campaigns to help immigrants and refugees in need during the pandemic. ICOM and several committees also positioned themselves organizing webinars, toolkits that in a way prepared us to create new strategies of support and engagement. So leading me to the end of the speech, the end of the panel, the new definition translates significant changes in the attitude of museums. The pandemic made them practical changes, not theoretical. Today we can say that the social role of museum is in a different place, a place of action. So, thank you very much. Stay.
Thank you, Marilia. We especially saw this case of a humanitarian action that was done in Bom Retiro. And this made a lot of attention in Brazil because at that time, the Portuguese Language Museum, of course, has an important digital network and audiences that follow them. And a lot of NGOs that take care of this area, which is the private area, and have very high social critical issues, were counting on you as well for the audiences to help and to bring what was needed there. And I think it was very good how the museum mobilized a more massive action that could support the NGOs there. And I was in a panel 2 days ago, and people were asking how museums can do partnerships with non-profit organizations, and I think this is a wonderful case. And the report is written in English, and it's available on the page of Casa do Povo. So everyone that wants to check and see the results, and they have reported back to all the donors who have contributed. So it's really a good case that you should look at. I will invite the presidents of the committees from ICOM that are here, but we are waiting for Linda from Kenya. She had a struggle to get here this morning, but she will come as we go along with the presentations. I think that's fine. So please, Renata and William, join us here, and then I will introduce you properly. Please. So I think for the purpose of this panel, we would have a chance now to hear from President of ICOM national committees. What is their duty also to contribute to their community of museums in each country to then enhance the critical issues and see how the challenge for implementation of this new museums definition. So I will just raise the 2 questions that we want them to address now is, if we look at the past, how the pandemic has challenged museums, let's say from Colombia, and let's say from Brazil, and how the Global South would then, they respond to community needs for greater accessibility, inclusion, diversity, and equality in this critical moment. If you look now, moving forward to the future, the second question is, what is your perspectives from the South on how museums should proceed on the new definition of museum, and what are the particular challenges that you think Colombia, Brazil will face that you think are particular to this area? So each of you have like 5 to 10 minutes. Because then we have time also to chat and to discuss with the audience. We're going to have microphones here because it's a nice environment to discuss if you have questions afterwards. So I will introduce them which is my pleasure to introduce my ICOM-Brazil board member. I'm also a board member of ICOM-Brazil, and Renata is the president. She has a bachelor in architecture, and she has a master and PhD in museums and heritage studies. And since 2020, she has been the executive director of the Portuguese Language Museum, where also Marilia works. So we all hold different hats, multiple hats. And in São Paulo, previously, Renata was also the director of the State Museological Heritage Preservation Unit, so taking care of the public policy for the museums in the state. And William Gamboa is the president of ICOM-Colombia. He has 23 years, like me as I own the field, but he has 23 years as a conservator of cultural heritage and museologist and cultural manager. And currently he is the director of the bachelor program in conservation, restoration, and cultural heritage. So since we heard Brazil, I think I will invite Colombia, and then we go back to Brazil. Is that okay? Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me here. For me, it's an honor to come and share some ideas and thoughts. First of all, when I was elected president of ICOM-Colombia, it was a month after the pandemic started, so it was really difficult. I was elected online. It was like the first time that we did it in Colombia, a conference. So once I got in the presence of ICOM-Colombia, the first thing I have to face was the museums claiming for money. They were in a desperate situation. They were facing financial problems. They had to have a lot of dismissal of staff. And they also started to ask the government for help. It is important to point that museums in Colombia, there are many private museums that don't have any financial from the program, from the government. So they are the only mean of income, of getting an income. It's the visitors. So when the museums closed, the museums were almost about to close definitely, because they didn't have the money to pay the rent or to pay the electricity or different things. So the government extreme right-wing government was unaware of the things that were going on. And also one of the important things that happened is that it was very visible, the precariousness of the museum sector in Colombia. And it was important that although the situation was very hard and the people were in a desperate situation, museums around the country started to work in network. They normally work in networks, but the networks were very strong in this moment, and they could manage to, by uniting all the museums, they ask money for the government, and they put a lot of pressure in the government, so the government had to respond to that problem. But also one thing that I would like to address is that during the pandemic there was a big social demonstration and social explosion in Colombia. I don't know if you have seen in the news, but there were many people, including me, of course, in the streets, but mostly young people, my students. But and it was really important how museums could decide to stay like on the barrier or taking action. And I think this is one of the most important aspects of the questions that you made us, and is how can museums contribute to get this social change, to help a change in the society, or if the museums can just be like neutral organizations thinking that we are devoted to beautiful things in the past or something like that. And I think that one important thing that happened in Colombia was a strike, the first national museum strike, we in 2010 and 20, sorry, we decided not to commemorate the International Day of Museums because we, as ICOM Colombia and the museum sector in general, were really worried and really, yes, like very sad because our young people were being killed and tortured by the government. So we cannot be just saying Happy Museums Day and that's it. And it was very important to ask museums to stop, to close, and say we are in favor of the demonstrations, and we as a museum sector are not neutral. We cannot pretend that we are not aware of the social problems, especially, and I think this is one of the important aspects of this panel, I think, is the difference between the North and the South. And if we are talking about Colombia, a country with a lot of social problems and a big gap between poor and rich and a lot of social issues, we in museums should be agents of social change and not just be there sitting and watching and pretending that nothing's happening. So this National Museum strike was very important for us also to demonstrate that a lot of museums are not independent in the way that they cannot take action because they are in pressure, because they are going to be fired to say something. So there were a lot of museums that they were, no, we cannot, no, we rather prefer to stay here, not to close, not to do this, not to do that. But there were many museums that support the idea, not only in Colombia, but in different parts of Latin America and also in different parts of the world. And the result of this national museum strike was like the society, the youngsters, they were really like they felt the support of museums. And I think that if we want to change and to implement this new definition, we really have to take the theory and put it into practice. Otherwise, in paper, the definition is very interesting. It's beautiful to say, we are devoted to the society, you know. It's really nice, but if we don't do anything, if we still keep thinking that museums are neutral, that museums are not social, that museums are not that we cannot do anything because we are in the cultural sector, I think that we have a strong opportunity now, and I think that at least in Colombia, and I think in many countries in Latin America, throughout Latin America, we have a lot of, this is a historical opportunity to contribute, to really contribute to the society. And I think if it's not easy because of the pressure of the government. Nowadays we finally got a change. I'm very happy, and we expect, as we expect with the definition, to achieve a change, a real change in museums, where museums can talk freely, without being worried of getting fired or getting budget cuts because they dare to speak and to say that they are not in favor of the government, or that we need to engage with communities, with women, with indigenous, with Afro-Colombian people. So if we really do that, and if we really allow people to communicate, to be represented, to participate in the museum decision process, I think we could get a real change. Otherwise, it's like a waste of time. This 3 years of museum definition, if we are going to do this only to have a nice definition in paper, but if we are not going to do anything, it's a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you, William. And I'm glad you mentioned the strike, because one of the things we want to discuss with you, with the questions, and what the impact this whole call for museums as agents of change, the impact it has on the people who work in the museum. And when they are on board for change, they also need support from the network, support from ICOM, support from public policy, support from independent organizations, because it's hard to stand by themselves and say, look, I'm an agent of change and I'm alone in the museum. But when you mention this, I think it's very important to see a collective action towards a change in the museum sector that I think Colombia did really well. And it's hard, it's a struggle, but I think you did it collectively, which is very good. So I will invite Renata, you have your own mic, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Lucimara. Thank you, Deborah, for the invitation. It's really very nice to be with you all here. Well, the question regarding taking action and putting the new definition into practice, it's really very important right now. And I think no one have the right answer, so I'm very much eager to hear from you all here in this audience, very diverse one. I will read, because as Marilia, we are all very tired, and so not to take too long. I believe we are all tired of these intense days of the conference and assemblies that took place yesterday. We are also very thrilled with the results. We have now finally a new museum definition approved by a large majority, and we can think forward. The organization of this panel asked to select an image to illustrate my speech. Here it is. And I brought this photo of Museu da República in Rio de Janeiro. Oh, sorry. Something wrong. Sorry. On February 26, 2021, Mário Chagas, director of the museum, wrote in his Facebook, "Today was one of the most important days of my professional life. The Museum of Republic became a vaccination center against COVID-19. By that time, in February 2021, Brazil had an average of almost 1,500 deaths a day, and the beginning of vaccination was a sign of hope. A museum turning into a vaccination center is not something we could think about a few years ago, but at that moment was the most significant action a museum director could implement." What were the most important days of your professional life? This question is a necessary one for the present times. We know that the current context requires stronger leadership, which assumes that museums are not neutral and non-political. On Tuesday, I participate at the ICOM roundtable, in which I speak out the urgency of the current Brazilian economic and political context that leads to the growth of inequality and hunger and the weakening of Brazilian democracy. There, I took back to the Santiago de Chile roundtable, which took place 50 years ago, that Marilia mentioned before, and become fundamental reference to the Latin American museums. In that session, I also brought the idea of a museum in process, based on national reality and various regional realities, so that the museums can be possible as preserving memory and inspiring changes. Along with the social role of museums, ideas that Santiago Roundtable provided us, the new museum definition must guide us, inspire us, with the incorporation of new terms such as community, sustainability, diversity, inclusion, but how to support an action that meets current emergencies and leads to transformation, where to start? I guess no of us have the right answer. It must be a daily practice, starting from inside, facing the necessary structural changes in our governments, teams, and board members' profile. A daily practice, structuring internal and external actions, renegotiating compromises in dialogue with our communities. Museums are part of a society and its communities and must be active resources in the territories that they are located, to and with the communities. Museums actively present in social and political life. In the current situation of the growth of hunger and inequality we see in Brazil today, we must welcome the vulnerable in articulation with social services and other governmental instances, guaranteeing social and cultural rights. In democracy at risk, we must promote safe spaces for debate that leave the comfort of institutional neutrality. Assuming, as to say, a political dimension of museums, it's not an easy way. That's an important point. I would bring it to here. Not really activism, but a political approach of our museums. As Maria Vlachot mentioned in a recent text, museums should be led by people aware and involved in what goes around, humble and brave, who have the ability to hear and take risks. But how to establish this strong leadership? At the beginning of pandemic, ICOM-Brazil conducted a survey with museum professionals. At that moment, in 2020, 1 in 5 professionals in Brazil felt emotionally fragile, and 1 in 3 were distressed in relation to their professional future. In this sense, museums need to guarantee and transmit security to their professionals, supporting them. On the other hand, more than half of professionals want to be more active in building the future of museums, contributing to projects and solutions to this moment of crisis. The vaccination center at the Museum of Republic is a political action, from the perspective of an attention that the museum gives to the surrounding community, acting as an active resource of the territory in which it is inserted, working across sectors to truly serve the society. It is this brave activation of the museums that may be necessary in the present times for the demands of the society today, for greater accessibility, inclusion, and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata, and I think it was really good that you mentioned the table of Santiago, because for some of us in Latin America, it's going back to the basics. It's really going back to its sustainability. It's really looking forward to take care of the territories and inhabitate with them, right? And co-create with them. So I think it was, I saw part of this table discussion, and I think it's very important that we are not recreating the wheel, but we are reminding us what is essential and important the museum's work. So it's really good. I think we are still waiting for Linda. I'm not sure what happened with her, so we'll keep going with the debate. Until 11 o'clock. Until 11. Okay. No, that's fine. So I think I'll bring to some questions now to warm up them, but just stay up for some questions that you may have. I think the first question I want to bring is the sense of urgency that came up with the pandemic, and this image, it's great of demonstrating this, because there were times when museums were called to do humanitarian actions, and many times we as museums discuss, should we? Is this our role? Perhaps this is the role of an NGO. It's the public policy maker, it's not our role. And I think during the emergency of the pandemic, museums stepped up and said, we must be there and we must do it. So I just brought a short thing here saying a reflection for us that when museums were closed and our countries were devastated by COVID, many articles in museums and many debates were saying that the museum would change its role because it was already functioning a different way. And this was no way back anymore, and especially supporting the health issues. And this period was compared to the context of the Second World War, when museums were called to step in humanitarian actions. And I quote here the Isabel Whiteleg author, that she mentions that museums were the center of helping NGOs with mental health, and museums and cultural centers were space for social life, collective enjoyment, and leisure. But also they were taking care of being more space for democratic access from public and community participation, because they just had to do so when the urban cities were devastated by war. And COVID was compared to that. But how do you feel now that some museums are just going back to normal, or do we still are on track to actually continue working on social work and being there for mental health and for humanitarian actions? And so we're not willing to go back to business as usual. We want to take this learn forward. And do you still feel this urgent call of museums for social work on the front line are present on the practices of the museums, or our pandemic call looks like something that is in the past now? How do you feel about this? And please, it's for all of you, including Marilia. Just take the mic.
Well, I think that it's impossible to go back to normal without learning anything, especially in our country. I think that one of the most important outcomes of the pandemic was this connection with the surroundings and the communities, because a lot of people, a lot of museums worked for tourists and for maybe students and other groups, but they have forgotten about the people that were in the surrounding area. And I think that now the museums are like kind of doing a lot of things for the neighborhoods, for the people in the areas. And also I think that I don't think that the internet and all the Zoom and all these digital options are a complete answer, but it's a very interesting mean in the way that now a lot of museums are doing a lot of programming in via internet or digital or ways. So I think it's not. We are not going back to normal. I mean, now it's a new normal, and this new normal, I think, should. That's why I was saying that we are facing a really historical opportunity in museums, but because I don't work in a museum, but from the academic vision, I think that we now can contribute in many ways in all the things related to mental health, leisure, and ways of promoting culture as a way to it's like going to a park or going to a theater or going to a concert. We can contribute also in that aspect.
Well, I think in a way a lot of participatory things in museums are now a trend, not necessarily a value. So what I observe in Brazil is that part of our museums developed really strong actions in the context of pandemic. A lot of museums survived in the digital perspective, but not necessarily. It's really tricky to talk about democratization or access when we are talking about internet in the global south, because if you have a content on a social media and you have a family that has one phone and access to internet, how they're going to reach this content and how this is a real dialogue. So there's a lot of things that about this idea that is really comfortable to say that museums wider their audiences in the digital platforms, because in a way they're reaching other audience, but not necessarily the audience we want to reach, because not necessarily they had access or interest. And then so when we are talking about this, it's not necessarily a priority to a young, I don't know, young teenager of the northern region of Brazil that, oh, I'm going to reach the Portuguese language museum in Instagram. So, in a way. But I think that the response of, even in marketing, the response of media to these social actions of some museums in Brazil was so good, was such a value, that a lot of museums are flirting with this, less as a value or a mission, but more as a trend, as decolonization is a trend. And so not necessarily real committed with these values and this mission. But I think this is really interesting also, and I'm glad this is a good trend. And so I think that it's really, we're observing like many participatory and listenings and roundtables and actions with the neighborhoods and territories in museums that before the pandemic, they were not really keen, not really excited about these things. So if it's really committed or not, I think the pandemic stressed out this kind of thing that we are discussing here is because ICOM has this power to give value to this thing. So even if the museum is not really connected with these issues, they know that it's nice, they know that looks fine, and they start to develop projects like that. And of course, the result is, it's great, even if you're not in the leadership, in the managing perspective, you're not really committed, but you give space to your teams and to develop projects like this. So I think that the pandemic, a lot of Brazilian workers, and we saw this in our census, when we developed this research, that a lot of Brazilian museum workers wanted to do more things, practical things, but they didn't have the support of their leadership, of their leaders, the managing, because of the risks. So if you're getting COVID because you're doing some, I don't know, donation, direct donation, the museum cannot be responsible legally. So we do not recommend. So a lot of people wanted to work, and a lot of people joined different actions of different museums because their own museum didn't give the support because of this afraid of these people getting sick and the museum getting, I don't know, in a legal responsibility of this action. So it's interesting to observe that in a way, even if it was less museum that, fewer museum that could be, this stressed and provoked a change in some places.
Well, I think museums are not going to be back to normal anymore, and we should not let them to be back. And I'm sorry for my bad reading before. it would save time if I only send it to you. But I guess the point here I would like to discuss is how difficult it is for a museum as an institution to jump into this political approach. So it's not easy for any of us as museum professionals, museum directors, because there are a lot of gray zones. There are a lot of maybe dangerous. And in Brazil, most of the museums are public. So we are in direct connections to the governments. And so we don't have the total freedom to do what we want to do, but we had to find a way because we have a public mission we have to accomplish. And this public mission means that we can't really not to be aware of our communities, that many of the times our museums are in the downtown most of the time and in big buildings. So we have to activate these buildings as an important resource to transform society, to impact these territories. But it's not easy. As Marilia said, there is a lot of kind of trendy thing to do things with the communities, but to really do it, and for a long period, as an institutional compromise, it's not compromise, commitment, sorry, totally different. Commitment, it is really, that's compromises sometimes. Commitment, it's really very difficult. And if you don't discuss in an open way like this, we are not going to go ahead because they are dangerous and it's not easy. We have to, of course, to dialogue also with the government, the president, and with different views, and of course in divided societies we've been seeing more and more. So just to put that into discussion, I would love to hear you about this perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. I think Linda came in a very warm and hot discussion and important about how museums are taking action, and sometimes it's very difficult when you have a political position in places where it's very hard, especially with the public policies we face. And I think Renata brought an important point, and museums professionals cannot stand alone on specific positions. And being an activist museum, it's a long way to go and fight. So I hope, Linda, you are okay. I would just tell you what we have been doing here, but do you feel fine of speaking now, or do you want more time? Okay.
Take a breath, have a glass of water.
So let me tell you, we just listened our keynote, Marilia, and she explained how the Portuguese Language Museum has done humanitarian actions in São Paulo. And then we heard William from Colombia and Renata addressing how Colombia and Brazil have been leading, supporting the communities during the pandemic times. So we can either go to a question now from the audience and then go back to you, but your picture is there. And if you want, we just would like to hear from Kenya and from you, from your perspective. What do you think we have the legacy from the learnings of the COVID time? And how do you feel like the perspectives from Africa, from Kenya, of the new definition implementation, of the new museum's definition implementation? So I think I will introduce you for the audience so they know who you are. If you feel okay and you breathe already. So Linda is the president of ICOM-Kenya, and she has 20 years in the museum sector. She also sits in the World Heritage Committee of the National Museums of Kenya. She's currently the Grants Coordinator Officer in the Dictatorship of Repository and Research at the National Museums Kenya. She also has been a curator of the Karen Blixen Museum in Nairobi. So, do you feel like speaking now for us? Oh, thank you. Let's go. Thank you.
I have a microphone. I'm sitting on it. So I want to apologize for being late. I was here on time, but I kept going around the building, and everyone said, go this way. And I went this way, and I couldn't find the place. So I bumped into him. I didn't even ask his name. I just saw the ICOM bag, and I said, we are lost together. And so we found the place. So thank you very much for inviting me. When I look at the pandemic, COVID pandemic, we were exposed as the global south to the disparities between the two sides, the north and the south. It felt as though we were on our own, or everyone for himself. So I wish to submit to us that it is very, very difficult to see that, to see people in the south suffering while the north take care of themselves. And I made a few points here that globally, the global south has been understood to be less economically developed. Politically, we are not influential. And culturally, we don't tell our own stories. So you find that our stories over the years have been told by others. And this pandemic had to teach us that we have to start writing our own stories from now henceforth. We suffered this pandemic like others, but we shouldn't allow others to tell our stories. So this is the starting point. We have to deconstruct the stories that are always told by others about us. Secondly, many a times you find our perspectives are not taken seriously because we are not the largest voice in the room. So I might have a point to make. I might have a view to make. But because we are considered the lesser, I'm dismissed, or we are dismissed. So for me, the pandemic has taught me the following, that we must rethink our museology as the global south. Progress is being made. We can see shifts here and there, collaborations bringing us together with the north, our objects, our cultural objects being returned, but it's not enough. Progress has started. So the notion that our experiences are not the same. We are all the human race. So whatever happens in the north, whatever happens in the south, we are all affected one way or another. So I wish to state that we are a strong region, and we need to develop and protect our communities by telling their stories, by involving them in the writing of our stories, and allowing their knowledge, their indigenous knowledge systems to guide us. Because if you look at when the pandemic happened, before the vaccine, in Africa, the older generation began to tell us how they used leaves, you know, for medicine. So we don't have to rely on, pharmacies, but using that indigenous knowledge, people were able to take concoctions, of course, very bitter concoctions of mixtures with ginger, garlic, to get better or to protect themselves. So it means that we are civilized people and not what people have said before. So I feel that the pandemic needs to awaken us as the Global South, and then our perspectives should shed light to the world. In regards to the museum definition, this is progress. I think we all agree. We've made progress. It is not, the definition is not an end in itself. We need to note that our stories are valid and our voices matter. We just need to ensure that we don't allow the lies to continue to be told. We must take action and be heard. During the plenary, it was implied by some speakers that it is not perfect. I think Inkyung said that it's not even, it doesn't cover some of the areas she wished it would cover. But we must continue to move ahead as we are the progressive side, and so the others will catch up with us whenever they decide to catch up with us. So the definition, progress, but we were already ahead of the definition. So we keep moving ahead, and we need to work on the provenance issues. Let's engage those who have our collections, encourage them to confront their histories, because the history lives on. Whatever happened, we say these collections were stolen, but we must work together with our colonial masters to have our collections returned, and then we tell our stories as we know them. So for me, the definition, we must begin to interrogate how we collect. We must continue to demand for restitution, possibly compensation for the trauma that some of our communities have suffered in the Global South. We must work towards decolonization, but not just what we were told, but even our minds. We must decolonize, because we still use policies that were put in place then up to now. We must change our policies so that our voices are clear out to the world. So we must also engage the young people and bring them on board. I feel like this generation is into social media, TikTok. They're not interested in museums. They're interested in other things. But we need to try and bring them on board so that as we make changes to the museum community, as we progress, that they're not left behind. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Linda. Sorry you had struggled to get here. We are glad now that you're here, because we want to hear your voice, and your voice matters to us. I was going to ask if anybody has a question from the audience, and we do have many other questions here, but I feel like asking now if anyone wants to raise your hand, and that's fine. It's an open mic. I think oh, go ahead, please. We may take joint questions as well.
Hi. Okay. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm from Italy. So I'm still a student, so I'm kind of the younger generation-ish. So my question was because you were talking about the moving on digital platforms for museum during the pandemic. And what I felt during the pandemic was that I had a bit of an overload of information and digital content. I mean, everything was on Zoom, everything was digital, and so by the end of the first lockdown, my mind went into, okay, I don't want to see anything anymore on Zoom. That's just like, that's it.
Never more of it.
Exactly. So my question is more, how do you deal with this feeling of overload of information and digital content in museums?
I think I'll hand it to Marilia because she brought this and she's a museum director, but anyone, please feel free after her to address.
It's interesting to observe that everything that we were doing during the pandemic, now we don't have any audience, except when we are talking about courses or more academical workshops, when we can reach people from distant cities and then. But in a way, we have something in our museums, both Football Museum and Portuguese Language Museum, that is the physical experience. So we believe that when you go to a museum, it's you put yourself in a movement to go to a special place, to have a special experience. And this is really interesting, and in a way, it's really tricky when we're talking about QR codes. We have a young committee in the Football Museum, and they hate QR codes because they say every time you reach a QR code, you see your WhatsApp message and your Instagram, and you disconnect with the experience, with the physical experience. So in a way, we are really committed to give the better whole physical sensorial experience in our museums. And the digital content is more to guarantee that people that cannot be physically can be interested and explore in their own time. So, but it's interesting because I think that we don't have any idea of how we're going, because everyone is like Zoom stressed. And I don't know for you guys, but in our context, we had like the virtual meetings, they're still running, and we have the presential and all the work when you're going physically to the places. And so we have like 2 layers, and we didn't have less virtual meetings than, and so I think that we're adapting yet this perspective of what museums are going to develop. But it's interesting because we observed, in a way, in our daily routine, and Renata can agree or disagree, that we do not necessarily reach who we would like to reach. So it was like people that already was impacted by the algorithm, and then so it just visited a website of museum or social media, liked, and then a new audience is more difficult to engage, or you have to pay, or you have to have a strategy that is really aggressive to engage, and TikTok and everything. So we're flirting with this, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the same after the pandemic, but definitely in a different strategy, I think. It's not, I don't think it will continue as the same strategy that we had in pandemic. I think that we're adapting, adjusting, and observing.
And I think you also mentioned in your speech about the importance of the digital for civic engagement. And when the museum is leading specific causes, and the audience can act on behalf of you, and the museum can act on behalf of the audience. And I think perhaps that's a big important legacy of the digital work during the pandemics, because museums were learning how they could, together with hospitals, do something, how they could join up even by hashtags or by doing a work together or by doing a join-up action for diverse audiences that would benefit them both. So I think this is a good legacy as well of the civic engagement, learning from the museums as a legacy of digital work. Renata, please.
No, it's pretty much what Marilia said. What I would like to add is we don't really know the audience we are reaching with the digital. We need to think more about that, understand better. Because when we say we are totally sucked with Zoom meetings, it's true for us here. But the beautiful thing of the pandemic, by that time, we have to be digital, all the museums, that we could really reach totally new audiences. And at least Brazil, in the last few decades, we somehow improved a lot. We reached much more people, and not mentioning all the public policy we could implement, which is really very important. But we have almost the same profile of our visitors. We have more visitors, but it's about the same. The upper level class. And the digital for me, it's really very important because we really can think about new audiences and also the far behind that can't access physically the museum.
We have a question here from this Luis Marcelo, and I also see Martin will speak as well. Martin. Right after.
Just a brief comment. I was thinking about what Renata said about the difficulties of jump in and take action, and also what Linda said about public policies. By the end of the day, what really makes the difference is the attitude, is the senior management attitude, either if they want to do it or not. Anyway, but here's the thing. The new definition opened some backdoors to it. You can, Daniel said, you can hack the whole thing because you have communities and you have ethical practices. When you mix one with the other, there's a back way so you can, that allows you to easily jump into the thing that you want to do, if you want to do. That makes all the difference.
But we totally need to think about new strategies, isn't it?
Mm. So I have a question, and then I'll pass it along to our president. My question, I have had the wonderful opportunity in 2017 of going to Medellin, Colombia, spending a couple of weeks there, and a lot of time at Parque Explora and learning about their impact on Moravia, which was once the most violent, drug-ridden community in Medellin, which was at one time the most violent city in the world, thanks to the Medellin cartel and other things that were happening in Colombia in the 90s. We all know that a renaissance took place, or you should know, Google it. A fabulous renaissance took place in Medellin, as you mentioned, and the museums, the libraries, providing the most fantastic cultural centers, libraries, museums, in the poorest, most needed parts of the cities where they had the fewest resources. Now they had access to tremendous resources of community-centered institutions that were actually run and operated in partnership with the communities. And this is just skimming the top of the iceberg there. And so what I understood, being on the ground, you need to visit the Global South. You need to visit our colleagues in Kenya, in Colombia, in Brazil. We need to visit them. We need to learn from them on the ground. Not just, I think, as a matter of fact, I think we should have our next, is it 2028? So after Dubai, I think we should go to Nairobi.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Okay? Linda, let's do this. Let's go to Nairobi in 2028. I will come to Nairobi next year.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
I love Nairobi. I was in Kenya. I was at a UN conference in Nairobi in the 1980s. They know how to do this.
Yeah.
They know how to do this, obviously. And I think only by visiting, by being there, can we understand and communicate. But although we want to hear more from you, you're right, we need to hear more from you. And I feel like your social media, maybe I'm just becoming aware of it, but it feels like you are communicating more than before.
Yes.
About the National Museums of Kenya.
Yeah.
And go to Google Arts and Sciences and look at Kenya. Oh my God, it's just the most wonderful panorama of history, of culture. It's just the most fantastic thing on there.
Yeah.
So, yes.
So on Google, we had a project with Google.
Mm-hmm.
We were doing a digital, we were digitizing our museum and our collections, and that's why it is more visible. So I would also urge maybe other museums to just contact Google. I think it's a big project. They're willing to work with museums to digitize their collections and showcase them. I think it really helped during the pandemic. And she was talking about the way she was tired of Zoom. And initially for us, it was very difficult to even engage one another because of internet. Africa, some of our African countries did not even participate in the ICOM Define because of internet issues. They couldn't get good connections, you know. Oh, Kenya, we are quite ahead in terms of internet connectivity, but there were upsides and downsides of the pandemic in terms of physically going to work, going to the museum, and having meetings from home. So you found that you would be told to switch off your camera. So if you didn't have anything to say, and we felt that, there are people who just switched on and went about their lives, but you could see them. I don't know whether you experienced that. So that was also an issue because, it was also an issue because you don't know whether this person is cooking in the kitchen or if they're really in the meeting, you know? So at some point, the management decided that we need to go maybe twice or thrice a week to the office physically and then work from home for 2 days. So you had to get tested every week so that they ensured that you were working. Some people actually disappeared for a year. Nobody knew where they were. So the pandemic had its good sides and also bad sides. I think it helped ICOM get us connected through the Zoom. We were able to achieve so much without meeting physically. But on the downside, it had a lot of programs. Funding was little. In fact, funders were writing to us because we do a lot of research. We are a natural history museum, so art sciences, archaeology, zoology. So a lot of our projects are partnered with the Global North. And once the pandemic hit, even if you had proposals that were already being approved, they put a stop to it. So, yeah, as you guys say, it was really, there were some ups and there were some downs. So, yeah.
And before I pass the mic on to our president, I want to say I was also in Rio de Janeiro in 2013. Anybody? Yes, okay. And I was lucky. I don't know if any of you were on. We took an excursion into the favelas, and there's a Museu de Favela, which blew our minds, you know, and because that is truly the most community-owned museum I have ever experienced. And I won't go into it now, but look it up, Museu de Favela. Yeah, and they'll help you find it and learn about it, because we can learn so much from the communities and what they've done in creating their own museums, and what Kenya is doing on another part of the spectrum to reach out to all parts of Kenya. Which I'm in touch with a Maasai shepherd on Facebook. We communicate every day.
Really?
Some of us are helping a young man go to high school right now.
Wow.
It's one-on-one. He's very opportunistic on social media. He says, I'm out here in the field with my sheep, and he's talking to us in the United States and all over the world. So they're connected.
Yeah.
He's connected.
Yeah.
He's out with the sheep, and he's starting a garden, because the Maasai are generally meat eaters and they're grazing cattle, but he's trying to change them into vegetarians. So we're trying to help him with the community garden. So I'm wondering if museums are getting more connected. I'm sorry, I'm going to pass the mic in a second. Are museums getting connected with farmers and Maasai out in the field, farther out in Kenya, away from Nairobi?
Yes. The kind of work that is done at the National Museums of Kenya, it is becoming policy that you cannot go into a community to do research without involving the community. So it's a slogan, an old-time slogan, not for us, without us. So even funders require that if you're going out to the forest, the community around the forest must work with you. You can't just go in and pick what you want to pick, your leaves or your plants or whatever it is, without involving the communities. So it is becoming mandatory in our daily work, not just the museum alone, but other parts, other sections of the economy. It is a requirement that you must work with the community. Yeah, thank you.
So Linda and Deborah and all, first of all, thank you very much for being here, joining our session. It's wonderful to have you all here. My name is Matthias Henkel, and I'm the chair of ICOM-MPR. And Linda and Deborah built so many bridges to what I want to say about learning, about involving. I think when we are coming out of an analog world, we have an analog brain, and we cannot switch over to the digital without becoming digital. Museums are, in their heart, old institutions. They wear gray hair and so on and so on. And they needed 300 years to develop an analog scenography. And since, let's say, 2 years, it's not true, but we take it like this, since the pandemic, we are under pressure to develop a digital scenography, and that takes time.
Yes.
And we have to practice, and we have to follow the several leaders, and we have to open up our brains to become hybrid persons. Yes. Don't forget that when you are acting in the digital, don't forget the analog, and when you are acting in the analog, you don't forget the digital. That's my mission. The future of the museums and the future of the world will be hybrid. Thank you very much. Go on to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. William, do you want to address the first point that she raised about Colombia?
Yes,
and then I
yes.
go to the next question.
Yes, thank you. About the community projects in Colombia, that it's now a trend that, especially in cities such as Medellin or Bogota, big cities with a lot of social problems, museums, libraries, and cultural institutions are like a way from the governments to take action in their territories. But I'm very critical, of course, because I don't work in museums, so maybe it's easier for me because I work in a university, so I can be as critical as I can. But what I'm critical about that kind of projects is that somehow, when the project maybe was born as a community project, But once the government comes and takes action, it's not a community project anymore sometimes, because it's because it's trendy, it's because it's it's fashionable, it's becoming successful because of the community. But now the government wants to go there, be present, and take all the credits from the community. And once that happened, the project is not a community project anymore and doesn't have the impact in community. So it's really sad in many projects in Colombia that, yes, of course, are very mainstream and they go to every conference all around the world. But it's sad that sometimes, or many times, it's just they just lose their initial goal. So I would like to address more the projects that are small projects in Rio de Janeiro, in Colombia, in Bogota, in Medellin, in Cali, in different cities that are not mainstream, that are not well known in the country, in the world, but that they keep on working with communities, having an impact, a real impact, economical, social, cultural, in communities. And I think that's great, because when the bigger is a project and the more powerful is a project, normally the community tends to disappear, which is sad.
I would like to add something. I think that one of the main risks of using culture like to save difficult regions is the risk of gentrification, or the bet that the tourism could be the most correct strategy to give funds to this community. But many times these huge projects, they don't have the background to help the community to develop like shops and bars and restaurants, and the gentrification, it's really a risk. And in the Portuguese language museum, I think that one of the most careful and one of the most challenging thing is how do not isolate ourselves, and how really can we map, can we, with the community, understand their own potential, and how can they say to us our potential as a public institution. So it's not necessarily that the museum, of course, a lot of shops, a lot of restaurants, they already exist over there, but the main risk, if you don't balance with the structure of their community and listen to the community of the best strategy to support this big project, you can divide and you can gentrificate. So it's really tricky, this big project. Of course, Medellin is a case of marketing also, and it's a very successful case. So every time in every conference, we have Medellin cases, and I've been there a lot of times. And it's really interesting because a lot of time the educational teams are struggling to keep the contact with the community, and the community sometimes are really hurt about, they feel a lot of time if the idea was robbed, and then, so it's interesting to observe this.
Let me ask you, William, something, please. Well, in the Portuguese Language Museum, we're trying to work in a network basis regarding the territory. Well, we invite you all to go there and to discuss it with us locally. Yeah, visit online too, of course. But William, I guess you brought an important critical point regarding these big projects. But I would like to hear you about, I know they were created councils and committees that includes the community. And of course, there is the government, but they are together discussing. And that's something we've been discussing, how important it is to create such spaces because the government will be always there, and it's better to be together and discussing and having places to discuss openly and with legitimacy. And
the thing I'm really critical about is that, yes, maybe communities are being involved, maybe they are being consulted, but during the making decision process, they are not there anymore. So it's like, it's okay, I'm going to let you participate, being involved, but now the decision is mine to make as museum director or as a board of directors. So I think that it's a risk, because people normally tend to be disappointed, robbed, and it's totally the opposite of what the project was about in the beginning. So during the COVID, for instance, the community museums were about to close because nobody knew or nobody supported them, because it was not mainstream anymore, because we didn't have tourists and we didn't have people visiting us. So it's not now you are not trendy anymore because we are closed. So you don't need money, but you need to pay the rent, you need to pay the electricity, you have to pay your staff because people have to eat, you know? And it was really sad. Of course, you don't see that in, I don't want to point or to say names, of course, but most of the big institutions that we have heard in this conference, they didn't have any economical problem because they were huge. But all most of the small, when us communicated different calls for papers for giving support, financial support, and most of that big, rich, famous institutions were applying, and I was like, but come on, you have money, don't still robbing small museums.
And probably they were granted.
No, well, sometimes we ask for the budget to give them the funding, so they couldn't get the funding because we asked only small institutions with small budgets, but they want, it's like they want everything, and this is what is not good.
So I think what Marilia said just link up with Linda when she was talking about how our responsibility on having the community linked up with the economic system that is behind and part of the museums sector, and how is our responsibility in the museums or in the ICOM network or in the public policy making to wrap and to include the social, environmental, and economical issues all aligned. We are coming to our 5 last minutes to close this session, which I think has been very rich discussion. And the final point I want to bring here, because we had the final question about hearing your thoughts from the ICOM committees, national committees, in terms of the museum definition. When you open the consultation, specific terms were brought by the community, and Renata mentioned this yesterday, that the Brazilian community, and you also mentioned terms that want to be included, some were included, some were not included. This is a big discussion. But I just want you to address your final thoughts, so we close, about, there is a term that is a sustainability that we all addressed during the conference, and it sounds like a conceptual idea, but when we're talking about South America and Africa, you were talking about sustainability here all the time, because we were talking about race, gender, equity, we were talking about the right to land, the right to urban cities, and this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the UN 2030 agenda. So I just want your final address to the audience, with this quick time that we have. So as a ICOM committee national, how do you feel about that? Because sustainability for us is a different thing. And kind of the women are fighting the ICOM museums already for climate change and climate justice in Brazil, and the indigenous women are doing this. And it's a real thing going on. It's not a conceptual idea. So just your final remarks about in the definition about having sustainability there, although other terms are not included. Perhaps the colonial futures that you were talking about, decolonization, and people talk about this as a separate thing. But this is the first year that the United Nations has included decolonization as part of the discussion of climate injustice. And this is so important because if you are discussing decolonization in the museum sector, this is not separate from the climate change discussion. So it sounds like something totally separate, but we in our countries feel that perhaps this is already a reality and we can help museums to find a way to sustainability in the real life. So Linda, if you want to bring your final remarks on that, considering the new definition.
Okay, thank you. Sustainability. Sometimes I feel like it's a word that is a fancy word that's just thrown around to fill a sentence and make it look nice, you know? So, in regards to the definition, I think consensus is what we got to as ICOM members. Not even those who are for it probably have issues with some areas. So for me, we had to make change, whether we agreed completely with the definition or not. For us as ICOM-Kenya, we felt that some of the words that were added were progress for us. The old definition for us was a bit, it really didn't speak to what we do, to what we experience as a people. But the new one does speak, not completely, but there are areas that the definition speaks to us. So despite the issues we wanted, in fact, in fact, human rights, all those issues, those are issues that we did. I say to my colleagues that ICOM is the UN of museums. So if the UN is able to talk about war, about famine, about all these things, even the museum should be able to discuss these issues. We should be able to open our spaces to talk about human rights, to talk about wars, what is happening in Ukraine and Russia. Yeah, we should be able to speak to it as museum professionals, because in the end, the destruction of heritage, we will write those stories. The Ukrainians and the Russians will have to write stories about this war. The pandemic happened. We in the museum have to write stories about the pandemic. We will collect the masks. We will collect the, what were they? The gloves. And we will do exhibitions. So we have to speak like the UN. We have to work and think like the UN, because eventually all these things have to come into our spaces. So the definition is not perfect, but I think we've made the first step towards progress. So these are my thoughts on the definition. Thank you.
Well, I totally agree with you. Sustainability, it's like a fashionable word, like participation, like social inclusion, so everybody wants to talk about it. But how are we understanding sustainability? And when we in Colombia talk about sustainability, most of people tend to think about financial sustainability. And yes, of course, it's an aspect of the sustainability, but what about the social sustainability? What about if we are meaningful for the society? If society, especially in the south part of the world, when we have to face a lot of social, economical, ecological problems, how are we acting as museums to be meaningful? So for me, sustainability is not only about money only. If you don't have people aware of what you are doing, and if you are not important for the society, and you are not contributing to the society, and you are not hearing their needs, their thoughts, what they want from you, you are not going to be sustainable. It doesn't matter if you have a lot of money. If nobody is visiting you, if nobody is attending your programming, it's what? It's an empty box, but it's not something that it's really alive. And museums should be alive, should be part of the society. And this is what the new definition talks about. But it's important to be critic with the word and understanding all the aspects, the environmental, the cultural, the economical, but also the social as a starting point, the social sustainability.
I guess we can answer together, as we are both ICOM-Brazil here. First of all, I think it's important to mention how important it is to face the implementation of the new definitions. I guess we need all to be committed to that for next steps after the conference. And it was a lot of work, and somehow ICOM was divided. And it's really beautiful to see how we could find our way back and regroup and have a new definition as a common ground. When I talked in the assembly, I brought that information that we had a big consultation in Brazil. It was really very nice. We could engage more than 1,000 Brazilian museum professionals from different regions and different profiles, different ages. It was really very rich. I hope we can translate this material because it's worth reading. And it was brought 3 new words that I think relation to what Lucimara asked. And the first one is well-being, which is totally connects with the idea of sustainability, as it is a term that is brought from the way our indigenous people sees the world. And so maybe it's a way we have to seek in our practices in our museums. And the other the other term was anti-racist. So we like to say that our 10 terms, because in some step of the consultation we had to choose 10 words, and the first one was anti-racist. And today morning I was very happy to see in the social media, because one network that took part in our consultation was a network of Quilombola museology, which is the black communities in Brazil, and very young black communities. Yeah, and I was so proud to see that they posted the new definition, because it was incredible to see that they come together with us. And so we can maybe construct a different future. And I will let Marilia to say the third word, because I was moved now.
The third one was territory. That is really different from community. And it's another layer, and territory could be also symbolic territory. But I really like, because we really get really emotional about this process of the museum definition in Brazil, because we developed as a huge group the terms, because the terms you have to write down what you understand about this term. And this engagement of this young community of museology. So Quilombola is a traditional community of former enslaved people that escaped from their captives. I don't know how to translate. And they have this traditional way to live, and they're really being attacked in these last years. And they're really young and descendants of these groups. And it's really difficult sometimes to engage because we are too far from this in our museums, too far from these difficulties and the menaces of race, and then anti-racist as the first, and the whole Brazilian community put this.
And
so
it was then who wrote?
They wrote, and they wrote, and they say, we all believe in this. So this is really important, that despite the definition is not necessarily the most progressive, that we had our local commitments, local terms, and we own this to our own community in the implementation. And
it's probably your duty as the ICOM committees in each country to go and continue doing territorial well-being and anti-racist work, although it's not there in the definition. This is the type of work we want to keep doing. And this is, now the community has expressed themselves as a collective action, and you endorse, which is great. So I really like to thank you all for being here with us, but I really want to remind you that at 2:30, we are going to have this manifesto activity with Cecilia Martin, with me, with Deborah, with everyone here. It's a practical action to look at some of the areas of the museum definition, or what the challenges are and what do you think actions that can be taken. We are going to circulate the manifesto afterwards to the ICOM community, so people can have access to what has been delivered here today. So I really encourage you to come. And just my final words, I was in the sustainability working group this week in different panels, and one of the things that they said that I want to bring here was from Henry Maguire, and he said, sometimes we're thinking on sustainability, on reducing negative impact all the time, but we need to think on growing our strengths. And I think this panel was a lot about growing our strengths, looking at communities, looking at partnerships, looking at the particularities of each local place where we are doing our museum's work. So just keep that in mind, that it's the fancy, trendy, strange word, but what really matters is what we are taking action on our local and region communities. So thank you very much to you all, and I will invite Deborah for the next activity.
How about a hand? I want to thank our guests, and thank you for organizing all of this, Lucimara. I know you've been working on this for months. And thank you, Renata, for all of your facilitation, and Linda and Marilia. Thank you so much. So I'd like to call Marcel Kraus to the stage. We have a few minutes before our next session, because I would like Marcel to, if you're here, if you're on YouTube, you can't take advantage of it. Perhaps it's on a web somewhere. But if you're here today, you have a great opportunity to see an exhibition that was just installed recently, and also a video experience. So I'd like Marcel to explain what this is.
Yes, so we have here two exhibitions. One is the photographs taken by the cameraman Andrej Barla when he was shooting the film Sokolovo in Ukraine. So those photos are from 1975 or 4 or 5, during the time when the team of the filmmakers were waiting on snow. So those photos are here maybe 3-4 months as a small remembrance on what currently now happens in Ukraine. And the second options where you can enjoy a few minutes, 3 minutes, is one of many artifacts from the exhibitions of Memory of Nations. And this is an example how different subjects and organizations can bring together interdisciplinary approach. It was developed by the Faculty of Arts of the Charles University, Creative Studio 3D Sense, and organization Memory of Nations. So interdisciplinary approach in museum practice. Enjoy it.
And I experienced it yesterday, and what it is, it's about the victims or the people, the witnesses of the Nazification and the Holocaust in World War II. So the witnesses, you're hearing from the witnesses who are telling the stories. That's what we're talking about, right? The people who are impacted telling the stories. And as a matter of fact, but you can say that the exhibition and the video experience is part of inspiring, the first step, inspiring. It's inspirational to hear the stories. We have to listen to be inspired. When we tell stories, we're inspired. What we're doing today is engagement. We're engaging with each other, I hope, and this will be the beginning of more engagement. But then I saw something this morning. I hadn't focused on it yet because I've been so busy doing other things. But I just realized in the art newspaper, another ArtNet, that museum professionals accuse Russia of cultural genocide and ethics violations in Ukraine at a major industry conference in Prague. This is making news all over the art world, and probably in the New York Times. I'm very sure it's there too, or Associated Press, or Reuters. And this is action. This is action. This is taking action. And it's just our colleagues in Ukraine, just by being here, by leaving their country, they are setting an example, as the witnesses are in this exhibition. I think there's a lot of parallel to what happened during this period in Europe, and we're back in Europe again. So.
Yes, exactly. I think that everything was said, so enjoy this exhibition, enjoy our floor, food, drinks, snacks, and yes, see you in a few minutes.
No, but we're about to have one more session. We're not doing lunch yet.
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to invite to the stage Yu-Chien Chang and our panelists who are here, I hope. Yu-Chien Chang is a member of ICOM Taiwan, and she's also the secretary of ICOM-MPR. Would you like to join us on the stage, Yu-Chien? Okay, great. She is the director at the Department of Technology, Innovation, and Intellectual Property Management at National Chengchi University in Taiwan. She has an international academic background of humanities and management, and she will now introduce our presenters, who should be coming to the stage, if they can come up to the side, for the power of museums to take action, what we were talking about. Yu-Chien?
Hi, I'm Yu-Chien from Taiwan. I would like to have our 4 presenters for this presentation session. So first, we are going to have Eunice Bias from Costa Rica, and the second one, Elka Weinstein. Oh, here, okay. Welcome, Elka. And Diana, I think I saw Diana. Diana Mayen, I just saw her in the morning. Maybe we have to find her. Okay, and the last one will be Saraj Lakho. Okay, also our MPR board member. Okay. Saraj, maybe you will be the host. Oh, Diana is here. Okay. I know. I'm sorry that we don't have a formal break between sessions, but you are free to grab coffee or tea if you want. We want to make it more like casual, not that formal. Okay. Okay. So thank you for our presenters, and Firstly, you are going to have Eunice Baez from Costa Rica, and she's also the chair of ICOM Costa Rica. And I just realized that I think the MPR off-site meeting maybe have the most chairs in ICOM. I mean, no matter national committees or international committees. I think we have quite a lot today. So firstly, I would like to welcome Eunice. So please give Eunice a big hand and welcome her for the presentation.
Thank you, and hello, good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. MPR is a committee that I hold in my heart. And also it's the first way that I got to know ICOM. I was talking about that just yesterday. I felt compelled about this concept of taking action exactly because I have felt that ICOM is a way to take action from different perspectives. So today I'm going to talk to you about museos para llevar. And so first of all, I always talk about Costa Rica because most people don't know where it is or what it is, or it's not the island, that's Puerto Rico. I always get that. I'm used to it. Costa Rica is a small Central American country, and of course, as a small country, third world country, global south, and what we've been talking about, we were facing the difficulties of the pandemic. And also in that context, and I think Linda mentioned young generations and their effect. Well, we noticed that young students in their homes we noticed the digital and cultural gap between urban and rural students and socio-economically marginalized areas and those from the middle and upper classes and students from public and private schools. So once again, we see that divide between, especially in students, and during the pandemic, it became even bigger when everyone had to go home and people who had the internet could do their classes online and a lot of people couldn't. So they were just missing class. They were just not going to school because the schools were closed and they were having the online classes. So how could we bring museums to students in Costa Rica during the pandemic? So this was a big question. Museums were closed, schools were closed, and people all over Costa Rica were wondering, how do we do this now? And this was just when ICOM launched the Solidarity Projects. And so in Costa Rica, we came up with an idea, and we came up with the idea together with an organization that's called Accionarte in Costa Rica, and it's the promoter of Piensa en Arte program. And I'm very lucky today because Lingy Granados is right here, who's Costa Rican too, and she's part of that organization, and she's actually one of the biggest producers, the producer of this program that I'm going to talk to you about. So we're very lucky because now you can ask her questions too. And so Accionarte has this wonderful program that's called Piensa en Arte program, and it's an initiative that uses art directly in the classroom as a pedagogical tool for development of critical thinking. So it's observation, analysis, appreciation of arts and values using art from the museums in Costa Rica. So they have what they did is that a while ago, they got together with the museums in Costa Rica, and they have the art, they printed it, and they take it to schools, and they ask kids, they use visual thinking, and they ask kids, what do you think is happening in this image? So that gets young students to really see the art, and to engage with it, it's fun also, to find fun in art, and then also to want to go to the museums, yeah, right? Because they want to see the real picture afterwards. But then again, we were in the pandemic, and how was this going to be happening? And so this process helps develop soft skills necessary for teamwork, democratic coexistence, tolerance, respect for others' opinion, and strengthening self-esteem. And so these are the values that the system uses: its observation, critical thinking, vocabulary, and active listening. And so we were thinking, what if this methodology could be an immersive way to tell a story? So converting that methodology to a compelling narrative product that uses storytelling and could bring a rewarding museum experience that opened up the institutions that were closed. This is what we were thinking in the pandemic. And so we involved some of the institutions that were always partners with Accionarte. That's Museos del Banco Central de Costa Rica, Centro Cultural Histórico José Figueres Ferrer, and Teatro Nacional, the National Theater. And these are places that some of the kids have never been to. and so using a compelling and attractive system in this way to tell the narrative, there were some videos that were developed. So these are some of the stills of the videos, but we actually have a trailer that is right here, I think. I don't know how to play it. Yeah.
Hola, bienvenidos a Museo para Llevar. Vamos a visitar un edificio muy importante para Costa Rica. Vamos a conversar acerca de una obra ubicada aquí en el segundo vestíbulo, en el cielo raso. Estamos dentro del Museo de Numismática. ¿Ustedes saben lo que significa numismática? Vean bien ese palco. ¿Qué tiene diferente ese palco de todos los demás?
Allí hay un escudo. Alguien importante debe usar ese palco.
Imaginar que aquí tiene una línea vertical y que aquí tiene una línea horizontal.
En el centro, un poquito hacia la derecha, porque está como un balcón.
¿Cómo describirían este edificio a alguien que no lo estuviera viendo? Vengan, cuando puedan, con su familia, con su clase, vengan a visitar estos maravillosos espacios culturales.
Thank you. So that is Museos para Llevar. We're very proud of it, of course. And so it's called Museos para Llevar because it means museums to go, like the takeaway, because we were all having takeaway during the pandemic. And so we wanted actually that people had the idea that they could take the museum with them and take it somewhere else, and to give a different perspective of museums with a visual narrative way. So the result was an innovative storytelling accompanied by graphic elements and interaction strategy using this methodology and translating it to the audiovisual. And it was a creative audiovisual product, and I think there hadn't been anything like it. And what was important about the Solidarity Project is that it enabled not only to make the videos, because at the end there were like 9 videos of 15 minutes each, but also a template for other institutions to create such videos, and a museum password, so that the children that do the video can also go to the museums later on. And this template is available for everybody. Any institution can copy the system, copy and make the videos in a more of a homemade way. This was done professionally, and Linji, which is here, can later tell you more information of how they were done. But we believe that it translated the videos, the methodology. There was a organization directly with the Minister of Public Education in Costa Rica, but then the government changed, so we're still figuring it out how it's going to show in all the schools. But until now, when it has been showed, it has showed that it really compels people, and people feel really related to it. So yeah, and before I end, I have to really thank the people that made this possible, Linji and Yodis Tiger at Accionarte, and that partner with ICOM Costa Rica to get this solidarity project done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eunice. It's a very interesting and very inspiring project. Is there any questions from here or any comments? No comments? Okay. Okay. I mean, in the end of your presentation, you mentioned about the government and the project. So is it still an ongoing project?
Yeah. It was funded during the 2020. It was funded in 2021, and during that year it got developed, and then it started like it was shown to several people now, and now the idea, then the government changed. So this was kind of a step in the way, you know how it is with museums. But then the idea is to get together again and to show it to as many students as possible. But it's made thinking in that age group precisely. And also very important, because it was also touched in the other panel, which was so interesting. It wasn't thought to be like online. I mean, it might be online when it's going to be online, but the idea is to be taken directly to schools so that kids can watch it there, and then with their families or with the school, go to the museums.
Okay, thank you, Eunice, for your presentation. Now we can move to Elka Wenston, and Elka is the museum advisor of province of Ontario, Canada, and also the president of ICOM Canada. So that's what I say. We have many presidents and chairs here. So let's welcome Elka.
Thank you. That's going to be a hard act to follow. So I'm very happy to be here today, and thank you to Deborah for inviting me. We have been working on a project which is very immediate. Because it's about the Ukrainian Ukrainian heritage and the destruction of Ukrainian cultural heritage during the Russian war against Ukraine. So I'm a representative of the Canadian Coalition for Cultural Heritage in Ukraine, and the coalition itself. There we go. In March 2022, the coalition brought together leading Canadian heritage organizations to consolidate knowledge and expertise while raising funds to support the protection of cultural heritage in Ukraine. So what we actually did was, in April, we had a panel that we convened with the Canadian Museum of Human Rights, and there were several speakers on the panel, including Katerina Chuyeva, who was at this conference. And she was speaking to us from Ukraine while there were bombs exploding less than 100 kilometers away from her. And so she was getting messages on her phone while she was speaking to us from this panel. We're trying to help people on the ground in Ukrainian museums to use protective measures to take care of their collections, and we're also trying to raise money for a stipend that Ukrainian museum professionals are getting partly from the government, but also partly from NGOs around the world. So obviously we started this with the Russia-Ukraine war. Canada is home to a large Ukrainian diaspora, and so we're working together as a coalition to show our solidarity and to support the long-standing efforts that Ukrainian Canadians have made in preserving their own cultural heritage. So our partners in Canada are ICOM-Canada, obviously. This initiative was actually started by ICOMOS Canada. So for those of you who don't know what ICOMOS is, they are for the protection of sites and monuments around the world. And so ICOMOS invited ICOM-Canada to participate in the coalition, and then we kind of went from there. So the Canadian Museums Association is involved, obviously the Ukrainian Museum of Canada, both branches. Actually, I think there's 3 branches, but 2 branches are very actively involved with the coalition. And obviously some government organizations like the Canadian Commission for UNESCO and the Canadian Conservation Institute as well. Library and Archives Canada is another partner, Parks Canada, but really we've been trying to concentrate on creating the coalition with non-government organizations because government moves too slowly. And so we've been trying to fundraise as an NGO, as a coalition, because the Canadian government gave the World Monuments Fund $4.5 million, but none of that money has been distributed yet, and I think they're sort of thinking about it as more of a reconstruction fund. While things are currently being destroyed and disappeared in Ukraine. So our Ukrainian partners on the ground are at the moment mainly HERI. I'm sure some of you heard from Vasil Roshko, who is part of HERI, so Heritage Emergency Rescue Initiative, and Ihor Poshevelo, who has also we've been speaking to him on Zoom. We've been talking to him and Vasil about what exactly Ukrainian museums actually need on the ground. We have been basically trying to figure out, because things change so quickly, we've been trying to figure out how exactly we can help in the best way. So we've been trying to get as much information as possible. Our achievements so far are that the Canadian Association of Conservation Professionals, in combination with CCI, which is the Canadian Conservation Institute, has produced 6 educational videos on conservation in crisis. So there are a suite of videos in Ukrainian, how to store papers, how to store objects, paintings, furniture, and photographs, and they're for lay people. They're for people who are not necessarily museum professionals. So anybody can take one of these videos, can watch the video, and learn how to do preservation of precious cultural heritage, and be able to help preserve it in place. And that was very important for us as well, is that things not leave Ukraine. Things should stay there, and they should be protected in place in Ukraine. We've also partnered with HERI to send 200 fire protection blankets to 4 museums in Ukraine. That's been a little more complicated than we actually thought it was going to be, partly because there were so many hoops to jump through for verification of bank accounts and verification of us as an organization with the Ukrainian government. and also because we contracted with a Ukrainian company to create those, to make those fire blankets for us. And things are slow in Ukraine because of the situation there. So the other thing that we're doing, of course, is we're building awareness of the coalition, and we're also building awareness of, you know, trying to get awareness in Canada for fundraising. And so that has been building, and our communications have been building in Canada since, I would say, about May. So we're still in the very early stages of people being aware of the organization. Part of our 2022 strategic plan for the coalition is, and I'm not going to read this all to you, but the things that Harry and other organizations have told us that they need are the Solidarity Stipend, which is money for museum professionals and cultural heritage professionals on the ground, because Harry does distribute money to those folks. Provision of expertise, some of which we've already done through the educational videos. Advocacy, obviously, and digitization, so securing funding in kind for donation of digitization equipment, and establishing a digitization on heritage in Ukraine. And Vasil Roshko has been very helpful in helping us to do that. So, communications, fundraising, materials and procurement, education. We have been talking to cultural defenders and acting as cultural defenders, and we are also doing reconstruction planning, and we're forming. Canada doesn't have a Blue Shield committee, so we are forming a Blue Shield committee in Canada with the Canadian military. And there are a number of people, sorry, that's my next slide. And there are a number of military professionals and archaeologists who are forming the Blue Shield committee as well. Cultural heritage is the soul of a people. It tells its stories, traditions, way of life, and speaks of its identity. In times of conflict, an attack on heritage is an attack on the people. And I invite you to visit our website, and it's up there on the board, and to check and see what we're doing. We're communicating as much as we can on our social media sites, and I hope that you will spread the word for the Canadian Coalition for Cultural Heritage in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Elka. Any questions? Just a moment, just a moment.
This to answer the question.
Thank you for that presentation. Very commendable. And just a reminder that pandemics will happen, wars will happen, disasters, natural disasters will happen in our lifetime and beyond. And that as museum professionals, we need to think about documenting our collections, documenting our buildings, our immovable objects, so that when these things happen, we have a reference. So this is commendable, but just to remind us to try and get funding from our governments to document what we have, so that even if we lose it in the process of war, in the process of natural disasters, that we have a reference that we can go to and probably reconstruct what we probably will lose. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Linda. I should say that there is an organization that's a joint initiative, I guess. Between the United States, MIT started it, Stanford, and there are a number of Canadian professionals as well who, they're called SUCHO. And what they have been doing is they have been doing a lot of documentation and digital archiving, and with the help of Amazon, Amazon has been letting them use their part of their memory on their servers, and they have been collecting all of the digital archives from Ukraine and saving them. And there's a lot of people out there as well who are doing video digitization of buildings that are being destroyed, and all of that is going into that archive as well. So very good point, but we can't, I mean, Sucho's already doing it, so we're not.
If I could address that, it's amazing how many museums, even in the United States, by the way, have not documented or digitized their collections. So that really, Linda, that's something that's universal, that we really need to get down to the task of all small museums, historical properties. They have floods, and all of a sudden everything's lost. So thank you for bringing that up.
Hi, I'm Susan van het Slot, also board member of NPR. And I wanted to ask you that I know that there are many countries doing similar things, and are you joining forces so you don't double up and do stuff like that? Like that is it like organized? And can it be more organized? Your laugh.
We know that there are a lot of European countries that have been helping and sending money to Ukraine and sending materials. Part of the issue is that, in fact, it is not organized. And Harry was actually complaining to us that they got too much bubble wrap. And they didn't really know what to do with it because they don't have storage space. They don't have a storage area for it. I think we're not there yet. I think we're not at the point where we can join forces with the European countries. Although I know that Nemo has been working on it.
What can we do to help?
She said we need to help.
Yeah, okay. We can talk about it. Sure. Yeah.
I think we need to talk to the Ukrainians. We need them to direct us. Yeah, that's where the organization is central and happening.
Yeah. Okay.
Another question.
I'm Katrin Savomäki from Estonia. We had ICOM meeting in Tallinn and CIDOC, and there were different lectures about it. I know that I think that inside ICOM, the CIDOC committee maybe have more knowledge about it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's move to the third one, Diana Mayen. And she's currently the head of communication and marketing at the German Ocean Museum. So we are going to the ocean now, okay? So let's welcome Diana.
Thank you. Yeah, we really have to shift our minds now from cultural heritage to nature. And yeah, my presentation is about the oceans and the power of our museum to take action for the oceans and for the society this way as well. Okay. Let me explain really quick where I come from. It's a very small town in the north of Germany, very close to the Baltic Sea. So we are not a big city, not a big museum, as you might know from Berlin or Hamburg. We were founded about 70 years ago in Stralsund in a former monastery, and throughout the years we developed, and we had 2 smaller branches in the surroundings, and in 2008 we opened the Ozeaneum on the Stralser
Stralsund Harbor Island, and we were very thankful for having been awarded European Museum of the Year in 2008. What's special about the museum is the combination between exhibitions, of course collections, and aquaria. So we have living displays, and that makes us very well visited, especially from families. More than 50% of our visitors are families, and for such a small city, we had years after the opening of the Ozeaneum with almost 1 million visitors, which was very a lot in that area. So I think that's a great basis for having power to communicate the protection of the oceans to our audience. And of course, you all know the UN Sustainable Development Goals, but since 1 year they focus on the number 14 of those goals, and it's the life below the water. So a year ago, the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development started, and we got involved right from the start. The mission of this Ocean Decade is the science we need for the ocean we want, and therefore there have been 7 goals defined, and with our first action, and we just started, we focused on the inspiring ocean, and I brought you 3 examples today how we did this throughout the last month. First of all, we were wondering if it's possible to put science in motion, and we are a place for science transfer, of course, but we also wanted to discover new ways to bring it to our audience. And therefore we invited dancers from Italy and Spain. We had sociologists from South Germany. We had also our scientists from the museum, and we brought them all together to discover our museum, discover our collections, as you can see on the picture on the left, and discover the surroundings at the Baltic Sea. And then they, digested all this knowledge, and they transformed it into workshops. I want to show you the workshops. No? Yeah. So we had workshops at the museums with children, dance workshops, but they also had interventions at the round tour, so that was very interesting for the visitors as well. And they even had interventions at my colleagues' offices, so that was kind of surprising for them. And after only 3 days of having known each other, they did an event where they showed all the problems they learned about, and also the fascination of the seas in this performance, and that was really emotional and amazing to me. Just imagine dancers kind of swimming on the ground of the exhibition hall. That was really, really nice. Another action we have taken in the early year was the cooperation with an art project. It's called Tainted Ocean Love. And I know you have seen those pictures similar to the one on the left, fish who got caught in fishing net and ghost nets and dying there. And the makers of the art project, Tainted Ocean Love, they inversed the perspective. They put human beings in the situation of the victims for the deeds they usually do in nature. And another special thing about that is they work together with professional water sports men and women who are, naturally connected strongly to the oceans and want to protect them. So on the right picture, that's a professional windsurfer. When the Ozeaneum was planned, somehow they forgot room for special exhibitions. So we had to make a decision how to show this art project at our museum, and we decided to show only one picture at a time, but really, really large. I will show you that. But before we got started in spring, I thought it's interesting, since we come from the MPR perspective,
to invite media to making of one of those motifs. And this is a professional sailor, Hannah Andersen, and this picture has been made in March this year, and the Baltic Sea had like 7 degrees, and she was really a professional sailor when we did that. Unfortunately, media was not very interested at that time to participate, although it was all well prepared. Well, we finally hung the picture with Hannah at our museum foyer, and now you see it's like 10 meters high, 4 meters wide, and on the left picture beneath Hannah, you can see the initiator of the art project, that's Ann-Kathrin Schröder, a journalist. And in between, you see the explanation of the UN Ocean Decade, well, to introduce it to our audience. The last example was an event at the end of May. It was about community participation, about asking questions to ocean science, and especially asking how do we want to live with the oceans in the future. And we just not invited like the community, it was free of admission. We also invited a local dance group, and they had just their piece about surviving the COVID-19 pandemic, and they put pieces out of that into this evening, and that was really good. And like Matthias mentioned it the other day, we had a hot seat on the podium that night as well, where people from the community could ask their questions about the oceans. And we also did get some answers that evening, and therefore some kind of an idea how to go on working with the Ocean Decade. And well, what we learned, it took a long breath and a lot of curiosity, as you can imagine on the picture on the right with the dancer in that white costume. And it was also about interdisciplinary ideas, new ideas, thinking away from the traditional round tour, and especially to coordinate a lot of partners, which I tried to show on the left picture. We also had a lot of well, awareness with these actions on different media. But what I think was really important is that we got involved with new communities, with the water sports people, with the dancers from our community, so and also with the journalists and the new photographers. That was really interesting for us. And since we are supposed not to forget the digital, we did films on that. I can't show them right now, but I brought you the links if you are interested. Have a look. And well, I really had to hurry. Thank you. I hope it was not too fast.
Thank you, Diana. Any questions or comments from our audiences?
What has been the reaction to that monumental photograph, which is very, how are people responding to that?
Well, we show this now in the main season, so there are about like 5,000 people each day at the museum, and I think they were really impressed from the size, so that really got some attraction, and they were thinking about it because you had to look very closely. This is about microplastics, and if you have a close look, you see we used sweets and candy to because we didn't want to pollute the beach with plastics, and that's what children find out if they look closer. They, oh, that's, how did they do that? So yeah, we get a lot of feedback also on the social media channels.
Do you think there's any chance, will this translate into action, to people using less plastic, to people not picking up trash on the beaches or anything like that?
Yeah, we did gather a lot of experience with that. We started already 2014 presenting this problem, and plastic was quite easy, but in 2018 we started talking about noise pollution of the seas, and that's a really hard one for a museum because you can't show it. You have to listen, and we had to find ways to show our audience that it's not just the big big whale who's well suffering from noise pollution. It's also a small crab or other animals. Like all animals are affected. And yeah, people learn at the museum. And I think since they come to see the aquaria, to see the exhibitions, it's a good way at our museum to show them also the problems, because initially they come to be entertained, to do something with their family.
Well, hopefully it translates into actions. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions? Deborah?
Deborah. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was wondering, I found the event where the community can ask questions to scientists in the museum fascinating, because there is so much more divided between, at least we feel that sometimes there is a gap between communities and the science community. So I think it's a really nice event that you did. And how did you structure the question collecting part?
We started talking, well, on the podium was our museum's director, who's an oceanographist, and we also had environmental activists on the podium, and also the initiator of Tainted Ocean Love. And so it kind of developed with the moderator. And with all the preparation, it was the first big event after the regulations have been put down. At some point, we also have been asked critical questions. It was about keeping living animals at the aquarium. Yeah. And so that was something I know from the social media, but we haven't had that at the museum, so in an event. So that was the other part of being asked questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Diana, and very, very interesting case. Let's move to the last presentation. It will be Suresh, also the board member of NPR, and he's now the acting executive director at Patton Museum, and also the chair to ICOM Nepal. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's welcome Suresh.
Thank you. And thank you as all NPR team for this opportunity. Actually, we are going to ocean to look like a Mount Everest, the highest of the world. Let's be some geographic location of the Nepal. Nepal in the South Asia. It's two large countries, China and India, is a sandwich of the Nepal country. And as well as we know, Nepal is born of the Lord Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha, and Mount Everest. And we have in capital of city is the ancient city, which is founded in 2,000 years before. And we have archaeological evidence right now. Most of the evidence in Kathmandu Valley is the 15th century. Like you say, definition is changed. As a role of the intangible culture. Anyway, we have intangible and tangible and intangible culture. And according to UNESCO declaration in 2003, intangible culture is defined, I cannot read this clearly. It is a definition of the intangible culture, which is Patton Museum and Nepal's most of the museum are following this intangible culture since 2010. Actually, it's a Patton, not only Patton Museum, all over the museum. It's an intangible culture divided into 5: oral tradition, performing arts, and social practices, and festival events, knowledge and practices overcoming future and to the universal and traditional craftsmanship. This is one of the functions of the occasion of the World Tourism Day in 2021 with the partner of the local stakeholder, just performing the traditional arts with the fusion of the contemporary arts also. And we have the oral tradition also. This is the Patton Museum main gate. Patton Museum is before the royal palace in 17th century. It's a Buddhist monastery. And that king rulers shift the monastery, then make the Buddhist monastery. So still we are remembering the memory of the monastery. We kept 1 month in the holy. This month is still going on in the Nepal. is a Buddhist auspicious month, and so in front of the gate we put the Buddha image in front of the gate to memory of the monastery. It's like the oral tradition we still practice. Next photographs is the royal king throne, which is gifted by public to king, and this in 17th century. This is also, we have oral tradition. This throne gifted by public, so we have to, the king have to exhibition once a year to the public. So this is the photographs when it's a public event and public exhibition to by the local community. And third picture is this is the Royal Palace complex, and every intangible culture with link to Royal Palace complex. So at a time in the where the king is ruler in 17th century, this king is every events and every function is invited by public and stakeholders. And nowadays we have no king, but we have a chief of the culture trust to invite it to festivals. As well as we are using the Patron Museum is a public space for the ritual and worship and traditional function. It's a fox picture is one of the ritual. We're starting this year to the local community to invite in the museum complex to perform their rituals. It's a child marriage with the gods. We call the E. It's one of traditional. When it's a girl of 6 to 8 years, we have to one ritual function. This is a combined function, and since last year we are starting in the one museum complex. And next one is a great festival of with women in Nepal. Is Teej festival. They are dancing, and this next week we have a celebrating Teej festival. It's a Patron Museum staff. It's celebrating the Teej festival in the museum's complex. And third one is we are worshipping is the goddess, especially in the location in the Patron Museum in center is Keshav Narayan Chowk. Every year we cut the birthday of this goddess. And third one is a strictly intangible culture, and with the tie of the local community. It's the first one is the exhibition of the traditional instruments, which is still practiced and she still uses. And this exhibition is to attract more local community. And second one is a stone goddess, which is the repatriated sculpture from the US, is the Dallas Museum, which is now reinstalled and reinstalled in this one temple, and is publicly with just function of the handover. It's the third one. And fourth one is the one child skills, and we are also using invite the school children, because our museum is not familiar to school kids, because it's a higher ladder and this sculpture. They don't know it's our sculpture, because it's depend on the religions and sculpture art. So at the time we are inviting in the school groups and celebrate the World Music Day within the museum complex. And two photographs is totally a local community is come to museum, and they are enjoying the concert and other activities. As well as we are also trying to promotion and preservation of our own tradition. The first picture was chanting. It's every day, but now it is still we have to preservation. As most of the younger generation, they don't want to involve in this. And second picture is the traditional to making the roof. This is also very is a vulnerable situation. We can't find that type of skilled person. But after the 2015, we have a great earthquake. At the time, we have revived the training of this type of the skills. And third one is one of the traditional skills, which is every year we organize in the Patron Museum complex to making our traditional culture and performance. As well as same with the community and museum, working invite the museum and to take the intangible culture, as well as the community. The first one is the dance performance with a contemporary. Second one is the worship and ritual performance in museum. Third one is a fashion show with community and with the contemporary also. And right now it's in the Patron Museum with trying to scale and exhibition to our traditional craftsmanship, which is we have a father to son, and to generation is transferring the skills, which is sculpture skills. This is a lost work system, is a traditional artscape. as well as we also appreciate the artist and always trying to intangible culture exhibition with most of the first one is the longest festival in the Nepal. It's a Red Chariot Festival, which is involved is directly so many people involved, and we are trying to more promote this festival all over the world. We exhibition, photo exhibition, and third one is probably is one of the longest drama from since early 17th century. Still we are practicing, and this type of flocker and dance drama is also promoted in the Pattern Museum through the photo exhibition. And third is our complex is the most of the is the wooden object, and so we are always promoting the Silpakar, which is a wood carver. We are saying the master wood carver. They are wood carving. Without there, we can't imagine after our palace and our museum is re-institution. So we have the skills, and we are trying to promote these skills in the exhibition and with workshop committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have any comments or questions here? I got one question because you mentioned about your work with the children. So do you have like partnership with the schools, and or I mean, how do you work on that?
It's not a direct school, but association of schools, a group of schools. Okay. It's like preschool groups. Okay. And school caption groups. We are every year organizing some programs different, like sometime International Museum Day, Heritage Day. This time is the World Music Day.
I see. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Deborah?
Thank you. My name is Martin, and I'm from Denmark. And in my museum, we also work upon skills and work upon intangible heritage in that way. And I would like to hear you, as I could see you had wood carving, and you have also in terms of restoration your museum. But how do you work together with groups or with companies, not companies, but more leagues who are working with these skills, and how does that function? And can you use some of the stories from your museum also in training them?
Yeah, actually, right now we are working with directly artists. So we are planning to 2 more exhibitions going on. The one is the Tangkam painting processing, and another is the wood carving processing. And so we are working with the direct artists, and they have a own group. They want to help us, and we are planning to go. Actually, we are direct to, we have group also, but we have the most popular in contemporary group, not a traditional group. Contemporary arts is most popular nowadays in Nepal. But in traditional arts, we are trying to make a group, and right now we are directly in contact with the artist.
Thank you, Suresh, for your presentation. I'm really impressed with the connection between the tangible and the intangible, and I think this is what many of our museums lack. We have a lot of collections, but we don't have information on the intangible aspect of our collections. So this is a good example of how the intangible and the tangible connect. So congratulations, really nice.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all for the participation in this session, and I don't want to delay the lunch time. So again, I would like all of you to come back after the lunch session.
Yes, if we have anybody watching us on YouTube, we're going to break for an hour. We'll be back at 13:30 or 1:30, depending where you are, depending how you talk about it. So we'll take a break. On site, the lunch is available down the hall. So thank you very much for joining us. Please join us again in this room. So if you're on site, come back here at 1:20, 13:20. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And again, please give a big hand to our 4 presenters.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back on the YouTube channel and on site. And we are going to have another 1 hour of exciting presentations from all over the world. So I'm Yu-Chen again. I will be the moderator for the afternoon presentation session. So first, I would like to introduce 4 of our presenters. Here's Naragu from Mongolia, Natia from Georgia, and we've got 2 gentlemen from Brazil, Daniel and Luis. So we'll start from Naragu from Mongolia. She's going to take us to the nomadic lifestyle, just like her dressed today. Okay, so let's welcome Naragu.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Naragu from Mongolia, and today I will present about a museum of nomadic lifestyle. So, what is nomadism, and what is emphasized? Population? Is it always going somewhere else? There are many different nomadic ethnic groups in the world, and they all have distinct characteristics such as language, place of residence, and manner of expressing how they lived. Not getting together in one place to share our stories and not making ourselves known is further loss of our cultural values in today's rapidly developing world. It has become important to inform the public how to recognize historical and cultural monuments and how to protect and preserve them. In Mongolia, there are 9 public and 17 private museums. They have small museums showing their nature and history. Mongolia, who lived a nomadic life more than 2,000 years, we had a fully settled capital city since the beginning of the 20th century. In 1921, the first modern museum was established, and in 1971, the first standard museum building was built. It wasn't long before we got to know the museum that protects and research and promote our history and nature and culture. Nomadic cultures exchange their culture most through population and land, especially including intangible heritage. So we are moving towards to use virtual technology to promote, preserve, and promote intangible cultural heritage and urban settlements. In this, we are increasing to use Karakoram city, the ancient capital city of Mongolian Empire, in virtual reality to introduce people to it and introduce it to children and young people to protect and preserve it. And introduce it to tourists by comparing it with the artifacts found in archaeological excavations and historical sources. And okay, for example, in 2021, Ziv content in Mongolian and the Mongolian National Museum of Mongolia depicted the city of Harharam and placed it in the museum hall at the peak of school year in order to preserve its history and culture, increasing the number of visitors to the museum. We let the youth know the museums can be more modern and technological. However, mostly private digital companies are doing this work. Also, to introduce all kinds of museums. Museums created in VR were placed in classrooms of schools and presented during the school break times. And it's more common in Mongolia for people to come to museum to take.
Sorry, just use the remote control to change the slides.
Oh, okay.
It's not connected to your computer.
Okay. Sorry. It's more common in Mongolia for people to come to museum to take natural and historical, mental, and art education courses. And I believe that, oh, sorry, okay. Nomadic cultures exchange their culture most through population and land, especially intangible heritage. And we are moving towards the use virtual technology. And okay, that's my word. Yeah. So we are now opening new museum called Chinggis Khan. We collected all the heritage from all over the country, and it's more modern, and it's the museum have more modern technology, and it's more urbanized method to promote the nomadic heritage. And also from 2017, we started a new project. It's called a Pocket Guide to preserve and promote the cultural heritage of nomadic people. Because, you know, when the tourists come to Mongolia, and also domestic tourists come to Mongolia, they don't know about the heritage, and they don't know how to preserve it. And so we start working with the mobile company called Mobicom, and we start making the SIM card with the QR code. And the QR code will guide you to download the application. Yeah, and then application, it's like new connection ways. And the application can, okay. So application can so okay. So the platform we are developing is the Pocket Guide. So application can guide you to how to participate the movement of how to preserve and promote the intangible heritage. So we see that the new technology can transform the intangible heritage to tangible heritage. So also we are working. We see that the Silk Road areas can participate in this application, first of all. And you know, the Mongolian nomadic people start using mobile phone. They all have mobile phone. Also, they use solar system, solar panels. So it's more eco, and more close to sustainable ways to use. So we are seeing this is the new like pocket museum. So people can use it somewhere in the countryside and to preserve and promote and can participate in the movement. So this is the new way to can promote the nomadic lifestyle. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we have any questions or comments from the audience?
I just wanted to ask that, for example, when I come to a country, I can also use this pocket guide. It's in English language, and or it's only for the locals to preserve their heritage.
So first we are planning to develop this application, this technology for the tourists in English. So we are started working on that. So okay.
Can you tell us about why you wore this costume today?
Yeah. It's Mongolian traditional costume called dil. So I want to wear it for this special occasion. So this, yeah.
Thank you.
So when is this worn? When would a woman wear this?
It's the daily costume. Yes.
You wear it when you go to work?
Oh, sorry. You got to work?
If I want to?
Yes?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing with us.
Okay. Now let's move to the second presentation. Will be the it will be presented by Daniel Morena from Brazil. He's the art historian. He's a designer, coder, and digital artist in Brazil. And he's also the founder and the creative director of the 32-bit. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So Daniel is going to talk about the NFT, the very, very latest technology in the art world. Okay, so that's welcome, Daniel.
Hello. I want to thank the opportunity to be there and share this idea. I want to present you with the provocation, as I am provoked to come up with an idea to use NFTs in the museum context. A little background, I'm not a museum, I'm not part of any museum. I'm a vendor of technology, integration of technology for museums. The work you must know about me is the Museum of Tomorrow, which I make this artificial intelligence-like technology, like a digital assistant for you to navigate through the content. And I want to present my perspective on this as a supplier of technology and a visual artist about this whole NFT things, and hoping to raise more questions and even more interesting thoughts. I was actually a former creative technology director from 32 Bits. I'm now acting more like a consulting in individual basis. And we have our contents for further discussion at the end of the presentation. Sorry. So NFTs are raising from the context of Web 2. The Web 2, it's a moment of the web, and when the pages are static, they're becoming dynamic and user-centered, and user-producing and consuming their own imagery and content. So this is the collective known as the Web 2. And when the cryptocurrency arises, they promote a new kind of paradigm when you don't have the centralized institution, technology institution like Facebook or Google, holding together a bunch of servers and data centers, holding all the information, all your produces. Cryptocurrency presents a model for the web technology itself to be decentralized. You don't have a more like an institution who holds your data. Your data is replicated in a large network of a bunch of nodes validating these transactions, and this model is being used to do new things in the context of the web, which is collectively known as Web 3.0. That's the next step of web. It presents advantages, but also have a lot of questions, raise a lot of questions about the environmental, mostly because NFTs and cryptocurrency need to be validated for whole network, and which consumes a lot of energy. And some cryptocurrencies, some blockchains actually are more demanding than another. We're going to see this a little further. And the word blockchain is interesting to clarify this idea of Web3. That's you can think like a giant stream of blocks, and each transaction you made, you insert a block on it. And the process of doing so is heavily based on the cryptography, which is very computational intense. That's why you saw this reward of doing so. When you put more people mining this, which is meaning inserting and processing these transactions, the more money they make. So they're always evaluating the cost of energy versus the cost of they can bring up the operation. Blockchain itself, it's a very deep subject, but I took this frame for a documentary on the Explained series of Netflix, which has an excellent and a very non-tech friendly way to understand the concepts of blockchain. So I highly recommend it because it's helped me, which works with technology, to understand it better. It's not a difficult concept, but it's a really confusing one because we're mindseted to think things centralized and not decentralized. So NFTs, which is the word of the moment, meaning no fungible tokens, are got the world art attention in this infamous Christie's auction, which raised $69 million for this bunch of gifts that people brilliantly do, which is collectively named the 500 Days, which is his experience during the pandemic. And it's because of NFT, you can actually certify a digital asset as something unique. You can place a value to it. So when you do so, this is structure a whole bunch of possibilities for people like me who work with digital art made by computers and by algorithms. Because when I certify this algorithm against a blockchain, that gains a unique value, possibly actionable one. So since the beginning, 2017, when CryptoPunks were launched, they are launched as most like a joke, and they are trying to promote their studio, the original studio create the CryptoPunks, and they are given for free. But meaning they are also in the blockchain, in the Ethereum blockchain, they create indirect value for it. And as the things progress, today is the most valuable collectible things you can buy in NFT. There's an article I read researching this, trying to teach you how to best make your offer to a CryptoPunk, how much this is actually costs, how much trades you have to ensure on your token to be valuable. And I like to point that NFT itself is not the digital good. It's the first thing I have a really difficult to wrap around my mind. What the hell I'm buying when I buy an NFT? I don't buy a thing. I don't buy the picture. I don't buy the pixels, because the pixels are continually presented in every digital media. I bought the idea to belong community in the sense, and the right to say I own this digital good. So how museums, and my best effort to research it with a really new topic, are dealing with this. I heard of a lot of projects trying to tokenize their archive. So I have a Van Gogh, or I have a Hokusai, so I can tokenize it and make an experiment. It's in a phase. It's really experimental. trying to figure out how to insert this in the political of the politics of the museum use of this money, because it's not regulated. All the blockchains are regulated by themselves and by the community which creates or maintains the projects. There are organized DAOs, so decentralized organizations, and the museums face a lot of bureaucracy and difficulties to how to manage this ledger, this wallet of cryptocurrencies. So I think in what my research brings to me, it's they're advancing very cautiously, as they should, and I try to respond for this challenge, my good friend Marcel, which always brings to me excellent challenges and propositions. How can we fix this? How can we propose something new for the museums? How can we bring some new idea using this technology? So, and that's the phrase. So, what I start to think about this challenge, it's the idea that NFT celebrates a community. If you think about the most successful projects we know, it's all collectible figures, like an avatar of the user most of the time. So you probably heard about the announcement of a Brazilian football player who bought a Bored Ape for millions of dollars. And that's a kind of interesting, the NFT buys. They create a sense of community. Crypto-hashtags is which is the figures behind the letters, the thumbnails. There are Brazilian projects which I have the pleasure to know the co-creator, which is the Yak. He's a very talented software and artist who bring everything together like me, and he participates since the inception of this project. And this creates a community who reach, for example, Snoop Dogg in the US. So it's a Brazilian thing who gained the world and bring together a lot of people around the Rasta culture. So I think there's something there for the museums. So if you rethink the museum community, you try to understand that today we have this membership concept, or this approach of working groups for discuss things about the museum's mission or trying to reach the community they represent. We have both these models. We have this active community trying to involve the community, and we have the memberships. So why not promote the idea that the membership could be a smart membership, in the sense the museum try to create, instead of tokenize an item, why not talk about the community and come with an idea and create a digital good, original, based on that conversation, dialogue, or the heritage the museum represents, there being material or immaterial, and create this concept that when you buy this NFT, or instead of buying a membership, which is a passive attitude about the museum. I am okay, I love MoMA, I want to buy my membership to support them, but it's a passive thing. I will buy this, mostly gain an advantage, to be notified first, to be accessed first. But what if you invert this, you create a new concept from the membership to investorship? Because when you buy an NFT, it's a digital good. And as a good, you can resell it if you want. You can, in the process of living it, you're actually saying to the world, you're part of a community, you are investing in that community, because NFTs are a trade of goods. You can speculate with it if you want or not. And it's a way of you to gather financial resources in all senses there is. It's a financial hard cash or a financial in the sense of concept. When you create something that's meaningful to people, you have probably a global audience for you can reach about it. So, and in a sense, when a person buy this possible NFT, they are actually like validating or seeing the museum's mission as a public offering. Like you have in a stock market, you have a public offering of your company. You sell shares. You could use the same concept to gather not only financial but attention. We are in an attention economy. So when you buy this share, you're promoting this mission through the art itself. When you collect and you place them as your avatar or your collection. And also, you raise money for the institution and you are willing to invest. So visitors become investors on museum's mission, which is a very interesting concept, I think. So that's a provocation. That's the things occur to me. I would love to explore this with anyone interested in doing so. You can reach me at this special email that is on the slide. I'm really interested to make this immersion in the content of the museum, in the heritage, and came up with visual ideas and how to create these collectibles and this graphical material in the perspective of a professional to combine this technology and code.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think we can have 1 or 2 questions. Okay. So Cecilia, Deborah's not here. Oh, Deborah is here. Cecilia first, and then we'll go to.
Thank you very much for bringing this knowledge to us, because we are all very familiar with NFTs, and then when it comes to the practicality of it, we all feel, you know, some people, some of us from other generations, that there is a gap. From your experience, do you also feel that you have to do a lot of convincing? How does it work? You know, what are your challenges to get people on board with your vision? Everyone agrees, but, you know, have you faced barriers that you have to, you know, overcome?
I really don't know exactly at this point, because this is the first time I present this idea to everyone.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. So when I know it, you can send me your contact. I will tell you.
Please
probably
share with us.
Probably will face a lot of a backlash for some approaches for this cultural because it's like merging two really opposite concepts. You're trying to bring something from the market speculation and a lot of bad words together, but also you find a legit way to raise value using this tool, and mostly the value you can gather not only as hard cash but also as a community sense. That's a pride to use. If you talk to anyone who into collecting NFTs, especially the ones like CryptoHasta, which is almost a religion in that sense, they are really proud to participate, to sell it, to promote it. It's a whole field of possibilities, I think.
Right. Thank you.
So in that way, for the instance, you don't have any museum or institution that start working with you in this idea?
No, it's my first presentation to the public.
You didn't propose it?
No, yet.
Not yet?
Formally, no.
Okay.
However, just a quick comment. Know that our sponsor of this conference, the main sponsor that is putting a lot of money, he's trying to get into NFT business. That's his main goal. So there's business to be made here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry, we don't. I mean, we can have more interactions afterwards, but we have to move on time. Sorry. And then we'll move to Natia, and from Georgia. She's now working for the Georgian National Museum, and as a oh no. Okay, sorry. Okay, so anyway, Georgia is going to bring us to the science world, right?
Yes.
So I'm very excited about that. So please.
First, we should play the video, please. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, MPR committee and Deborah, for choosing my presentation for this conference. And I also would like to thank my Czechian colleague Tomáš Turacek. He's the editor-in-chief of the National Geographic Czechia, and he came to attend my presentation, which makes me very calm and convinced, because we at the National Geographic often say that we have various faces, different languages, but we are one family, and thanks for that. My name is Natia Huluzauri, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the National Geographic magazine Georgia. And this was the video about the Javakheti bird migration route that our team has created a few years ago. And this video is the part of the Caucasus Biodiversity exhibition at the Georgian National Museum, where I worked as the chief of staff of the General Director's Office for 13 years, till June of the current year. But because of current situation in Georgia and some unfortunate events seemingly very welcomed by Russia, the culture is quite under pressure in Georgia, and many museum professionals were forced to leave their jobs, and among them I am. But today I'm going to present the joint project that we did, but before going into the details, I would like to say a few words about the Georgian National Museum, about the National Geographic Georgia, and our collaboration. So the first museum in Georgia was founded back in 1852. Then it was closed shortly after, and then it reopened, and the first director is considered to be Gustav Rade, the German naturalist and explorer. And the Caucasian Museum exhibited culture of the whole region of Caucasus and had a rich collections of the natural history. The Georgian National Museum, uniting Georgia's major museums today, is a legal successor of the Caucasian Museum, and the first museum in Caucasus now is part of the Georgian National Museum. On the other hand, the National Geographic Society, founded back in 1888 in Washington, D.C., issued its first magazine in October of that very same year, and it is already for 134 years that the National Geographic has been pushing the boundaries of exploration through its groundbreaking, incredible storytelling using our yellow border. So it is very natural, it was very natural when the National Geographic magazine Georgia was founded back in 2012 in Georgia by the largest communication company, leading communication company in Georgia, Silknet. The National Museum widely opened its doors to the National Geographic editorial team and allocated office within its walls. And this was really a win-win situation because it would give a unique possibility to the newly founded edition to have direct access to the science that was going on in the National Museum and often the world-class discoveries. And on the other hand, the magazine with its outstanding narration and visual storytelling would become another platform of communication of the museum. And so we have really implemented many very interesting projects since 2012. And one of those projects was the Caucasus Biodiversity Exhibition, and later on the first ever illustrated map of the biodiversity of the South Caucasus, which actually I brought here, but because of the space I didn't put it out. But I'll have it in the presentation and you will have a chance to have it later, have a look if you are interested later on. It is also important to note that according to the Conservation International, there are 36 biodiversity-rich areas in the world that have been qualified as the biodiversity hotspots, and Caucasus is among them. On the other hand, the Western Caucasus is an area where important glacial refugia was located. That means that the Western Caucasus is an area of relatively unaltered climate that is inhabited by plants and animals during a period of continental climate changes, such as glaciation, for example, and remains as a center of relict forms from which a new dispersion and new speciation may take place after climatic readjustments. Thus, Caucasus is an important place in terms of biodiversity for the world and for the region, and the scientific society is quite well aware of it, but what about general public? After reopening of the renovated Caucasus Biodiversity Exhibition, which was at the same time tribute to the founders of the Museum of Caucasus, and we have had their dioramas and showcases from the back 19th century, but in the modern surrounding with the modern technologies. We understood that public knew very little about the biodiversity of Caucasus. It was really astonishing for them to find out that in the beginning of 20th century, Turanian tiger was captured near Tbilisi, and not very long ago, leopard was still part of our ecosystem, or that you can meet great white or Dalmatine pelicans at Javakheti. So the National Geographic Georgia had already contributed to the exhibition the bird migration route, educational corner, and with videos, one of which you have already seen, and we have several about the Black Sea dolphins, about the Batumi bird migration route, and etc. So we decided to set a new and ambitious plan and to create the biodiversity map of the South Caucasus. The map would cover the whole land of Georgia and its adjacent territories, with the possibility to extend its coverage to the whole Caucasus. And most importantly, it would be available not only for the museum visitors, but for everyone and anywhere, which led us to the decision to make two versions of the map, the printed one and digital one. We had to solve several problems. We needed to select species out of hundreds of thousands inhabiting territory of Caucasus, gather impressive images that would attract not only eyes of professionals but the interested general public, find a way to give that minimum and most important information about one or another species that could be worthwhile and would fit in the map legend, and this was really a problematic task for us. And finally, of course, find the budget to cover quite expensive project. To solve the first task, we teamed up the scientists from the Georgian National Museum and the Ilia State University to select and categorize species. To solve the problems of the images, we decided to use our strengths and to create the NGM standard illustrations that would be scientifically accurate. For the Georgian English website of the map, we decided to include the scientific common names. We decided to have distribution, habitat conservation status on international and local level, and size of the population. For the printed map, we were very short in size, so we could include only scientific and common names and abbreviation of international conservation status. And GIZ Integrated Biodiversity Management South Caucasus project has decided to fund our map. So we officially started the project in December 2018, and after 10 months of intensive work on September 28, 2019, we presented the biodiversity map of the South Caucasus to public. At the first stage, we have incorporated 120 illustrations. I won't name all of them here. For the exhibition, our team of designers worked to create a special showcase which would lighten the map size of 3 meters to 1.5 meters from inside out, and at the same time would serve as a base for 2 touch screens for the digital map. We have printed the smaller scale version of the map in amount of 2,500 copies and spread among the schools around Georgia through the resource center of the Ministry of Education. And we decided to make the digital content free to use for educational and scientific purposes, and edit, download, and print option to each individual page. And really one of our aims when creating the map was a possibility for schools to include it in the curriculum, so teachers could use it to conduct joyful lessons showing high quality visual material to children, and we wanted pupils to have a possibility to use the map preparing presentations or any other material they needed. However, by that very moment, we could not even imagine that all that we did could gain another scale of importance just in few months, when pandemic hit the world and we all were forced to adopt to distance working and learning process. And just in 1 month, usage of our website has increased for 50%. Thus, driven by belief that the power of science, education, and storytelling would change the world, we appear to be making science reachable in the world changed by the COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natia. Very good story. And I think we can take just one question. Any questions?
I know people want to talk to you.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay, it's okay. We can move to our last presentation, and if you've got questions, you can come to Natia afterwards. So now we're going to. Okay. So last presenter is Louis is Louis, and Louis is an international researcher in branding, and I think some of you have joined the survey earlier. So.
How many of you have participated in this survey?
Oh yeah,
excellent.
Yeah. So he's going to show us some findings. So let's welcome Louis.
All right, I'm going to stand up if you don't mind.
Need to see on camera.
All right. Perfect. So that's it. Today we're going to see the results of this ambitious project that I conducted in June this year with the amazing support from ICOM-MPR, amazing support from MPR members in Brazil, Lucimara, Barbara, and Deborah, and also with the support of several national committees such as ICOM-Brazil, ICOM-Canada, also represented here. And the general idea of this survey was to understand, Lucimara told us earlier today that the museum definition, it's a vision, it's somewhere that we want to go to. With this survey, I've tried to raise some data for us to understand how far are we from that vision. Excellent. So a general overview of the sampling profile. I'm going to rush into the data. Don't feel threatened. We can talk about the details later. Anyway, so this is the third survey of a series of museum branding surveys that I've been conducting. The first one was in 2008, and it was made by Robert Jones from Wolf Hollings. So I retook this model in 2014, the second survey, and now the third this year with 406 submissions. The survey was available in English, Portuguese, and Spanish, making it more accessible to people everywhere. And now we're going to see, I merged the results, and we're going to see in this report today. Most participants were from Latin America, of course. We're huge, as you know, followed by Europe and the US and Canada. However, since this survey is an open survey, it's an online survey, people from anywhere can join it, you cannot much control where people are coming from. But some surprises occurred, such as the great participation from Mexico, from Argentina, from Latvia, Slovenia, and Iran, for all places. It was a great surprise. We had a great participation also from senior management, which is good for us here in this case, especially museum directors, curators, communications and marketing managers, meaning people in our organizations that have the power, that have decision makers or can influence those decisions. And here's the problematic point of this survey. This question was the highest dropout question. In a survey, the dropout is when people get into the survey and it goes away for some reason. My reading of this was what we can consider on the third order. When we try to bring museums nowadays into a specific box, they don't seem to fit in. That's what the other supposed to be. So in the last survey, other represented 27% of the participants, now 14, but it shows the level of diversity and how museums nowadays are actually what they choose to be. Most of the participants were from public institutions, medium-sized museums, from the post-war era, 32%, or the sum of the museums created from 2000 on, also 22% if we merge them together. Let's go to the branding issues. That's the great part of the survey. All right, so first thing that we asked was the museums to position themselves, right? And those 31% in the last survey was 41%, are the ones that identifies themselves as huge potential, but largely unknown. We're from communications and marketing. We know what this is all about, right? It's the understanding that we are great, we're fantastic, we're super cool, and people will rush into our doors if they only knew we are there. Meaning the problem's always outside, not inside, right? Okay, moving on. What branding means to those museums. And here we start to see some of the problems that we have to face from now on. So for 40% of museums, branding is just a guide to do stuff, whatever. Publication or social media, whatever they want to do, exhibition, whatever, is just a mere guide to do stuff. Only 26% of them understands branding as they should be a great strategy too. And for 25% of senior management are not into branding or not into branding at all. 4% understands branding as a dirty word still, and that's quite similar to the result that we had in the previous survey in 2014. Okay, so brand values. I want you to keep this number in your head from now on. Those 40% that of museums that have a clear or defined and recognized brand. And we're gonna merge those other two and see the size of the problem we have ahead. So those 40% that have the brands are clear and recognized are what we can call healthy brands. Let's use that term from now on. Healthy brands. Those other 60% have many brand issues. Either the values are not clear or not recognized. And we know what this represents in our daily activities. And those branding issues are also related to this, the mission. And the mission is where the new definition lies in our, housed in our museums. To know about a museum mission, I believe, is the very thing, maybe the only truly thing that the staff should know. And I will ask you this: how many of you work in a museum and know your museum mission word by word? Not an interpretation, not a remix, not some fuzzy understanding, word by word. How many of you? None? Wow, this is worse than I thought. But it's not exactly a surprise. Most of our museum missions look like this. And you don't have to understand what is written, because we don't. Even when we know the language, we cannot understand what is written. Because we have this tendency to put too many words, to embrace the word and mean nothing. In practical terms, what we have here is, remember those 40%, you have them in mind, those healthy brands, they're here. They're the ones who understand the role of the mission as a guide for everything the museum does. While for 21%, the mission is something generic, little impact in the daily activities, or the staff have no idea what the mission is, or they don't have a mission at all, right? So again, let's merge them together and see the size of the problem. So for 40% of museums have today mission problems, generic, not share, or no statement. This is the job. This is our job. This is our commitment to those institutions. So we're really dealing here with a huge problem, and I believe that what the main challenge that we have now as professionals from MPR is to, after the definition, the new definition, is to go back to our museums and bring this question and create conversations about it. And the manifesto probably, I believe, is the first step that we can take right now to take action. Yeah. All right. So the problem is we are getting used to the idea, we are getting comfortable to this idea that the mission can guide some of what the museum does. Like we could be, let's say, comfortable with the idea of half transparency, of half ethics. That doesn't work. Either is one thing or the other. But we kind of accept this idea of guiding some of the museum laws. Let's say, for instance, is your museum audience-focused and community-oriented? So you have an education department, and the education department is the only one who's doing something for the community. And you ask the museum director, is your museum audience-focused? Of course we are. We have this. It's settled. It's done. But that's not enough. Because what you get here is this idea of sometimes. Sometimes we are, sometimes we are not. Or, let's go further. And our programs reflects inclusiveness and diversity, sometimes. And we're good with it. Decolonization, sometimes. How can it be? Either you are or you're not, right? But here's the thing, and here's the key thing that I want you to keep in mind and open conversations with your own colleagues in your institutions. The answer to the question that I propose, are we there yet? Are our museums up and ready to the new definition? Halfway at best. This is the best case scenario that we have. And if you ask me, I will say, that's not even it. I will keep in mind those 40% of healthy brains. That's where we are. That's where I believe we are right now. At best, 40% in this long journey to what Lucimara called a vision, the place that we want to go to. So, right. So what I did, I got some keywords from the new definition, and I proposed people to say, which of those keywords are currently in your museum mission, or what should we put on in a new mission if you chose to change it. So what we have here is basically what we have in the museum's mission is the classic keywords from the previous definition. Education, collecting, conservation, exhibition, research. Communities is what we can call recent acquisition in our collection. They're a recent phenomenon from, let's say, the past 20 years. But accessibility, participation, inclusiveness, or sustainability, ethics, equity, we're still so far from it. But let's say we understand this. What should we do? Should we rewrite or redefine our museum mission? I think it's a good idea. I think that's the job. That's what we should do from now on when we got from this conference taking this good news of a new definition ahead to our institutions. And if you do, what would you include in your museum mission? That's great. So, participation, inclusiveness, accessibility, diversity, sustainability, all those good things. But interesting to see on the data is that on that question, we had 402 answers. And now only 222, half of the participants. what that tells us, that even when you create a mental exercise of bringing the idea of change, people are still struggling with the idea. Change is not really that easy for us. Even when it's on a mental universe that there's no relationship with the reality itself, it's still hard for us to embrace it. And it's, for me, what really took my attention is how equity was the last on the list. And for me, this is the path. This is how we can really create change. This is the word, the key word, that we can go to this place that Lucimara told us, this vision, this place that we want to go to. So now that's the fun part of the presentation. So I also asked the participants to choose 3 museums that they admire the most, right? So not the best museums, the best collections, the best buildings, just museums that they love, they admire. And they could choose 3 of them. And for me, again, when we talked about the other, the diversity of museums, we also have a great diversity of museums selected here. Over 400 museums were appointed as museums that people love. And let's see if you can choose which was the #1 museum appointed by our participants. The museum they admired the most. Any ideas? Oh, that's a very good one. Now, any other guess? Yes, Elke. The who? The who? There you go. Good choice. Good choice. That's was the #1 choice on the first choice and on the second choice. They're doing a great job, aren't they? Yeah, totally agree. Museum #2, the second.
Smithsonian.
Who? Smithsonian? No. Any other guess? MoMA. Perfect. Right on spot. But right on spot. MoMA. MoMA on the last survey was #1, and now is #2. And the third? British? V&A, Tate? Nah, the Met. Come on, the Met did a great rebranding too. Those guys are good. Anyway, and here's is a list of the many other, part of the many other museums that were appointed. And your museum may be here in this list, who knows? So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I think we can have one question. Yeah. 1 or 2? Okay. So can I have Elka, please? The back.
The back?
My question's a little bit...
Sorry,
hold on.
Fire up.
My question's a little bit frivolous. Have you seen the Royal Ontario Museum's new branding exercise and campaign? And I wondered what you thought of it.
I didn't. I'm super fan of the ROM. I love, especially the social media work that they did in the past with Ryan when he was working there. And I thought about that when you were doing your presentation. Remember that he put the T-Rex of their collection on Tinder? That was great.
The new one has been in the subway.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I have to check that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
The Royal Ontario Museum.
While I'm walking over there, I have to say, Sue the T-Rex is my heroine at the Field Museum in Chicago. She has a Twitter account of her own.
Thank
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luis Marcelo. That was a very good presentation. I do agree about the review of the mission. What I would like to ask you is, because I find it very important to communicate it to the workers so that they can also communicate it. Could you give us some tips to do that, to improve that? Thank you.
Yeah, I can have. First, make it short, make it understandable, and share with it. Share with yourself. Make it real. That's the main thing. It really doesn't work if you say something. For instance, Marcel just mentioned the Rijksmuseum. They have a great mission, short, simple, and they live up to it. That's what we should be doing. And that's why we have so many, let's call, unhealthy brands, because they're not doing the basic job. And once again, when I talk about museums, they're not doing their job, we have to push this agenda forward. That's our responsibility from us here in this room, to raise awareness of that issue, and how, when you have a shared mission that everyone understands and are aligned with, you save money, you save time, you save effort, and you make your institution go in the positive right direction, and it's good for you and your audience and your patrons and so on, all your stakeholders.
Okay, thank you all for all the participations. It was a wonderful afternoon. And let's give a big hand to our 4 wonderful presenters. I'll hand the session to Deborah.
So, what a fantastic way. We're staying in the room. We're not going anywhere yet. Stay there. So, what fantastic presentations to go do the manifesto. Each one of you, thank you very much. I mean, you got the research, we've got the humanity, we've got the cultural heritage, we've got natural wildlife, and we've got NFTs. What the hell is that? So we're going to do this now. So this is our culminating activity. The ICOM-MPR Manifesto, Museums for Action, is a map to turn beliefs, inspiration, and hope identified during the whole conference into action. Together, we're going to work in groups, and Cecilia Martin will lead us now. She's going to say a few words into our manifesto activity. Cecilia is all about the collaborative, creative process. So just say what's on your mind and listen to others talk as well. As a university teacher, she is committed to empowering the next generation to take museums' brands further than they've ever gone before. Okay.
That's her.
You want to take a mic now? Yeah. The floor is yours. Yeah. And I'm going to come back to the mic.
Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you. Ooh, too many things to handle. But I'm a woman, so I'm used to that. So thank you all, first of all, for being here today at this time. I mean, come on, this has been a hell of a conference. How many sessions you attend, openings under the rain, conversations in the queue of the toilet, and you're still here standing. And I have good news. This is not the end. This is the beginning. Because we are going to take all these ideas that all these colleagues from all over the world are going to have shared with us. We're going to take them further. We're going to bring this inspiration into action. And I have to say one thing before I move on, that you're wonderful people, and it's such an honor to be part of this community from all over the world. We've got so much power. I mean, working together, we can drive change. I believe that. So this is what today is all about. And just before I went on stage, although I have done a lot of risky things in my life, believe me, really risky things, every time I feel so nervous about it. I don't know why. So I can really see, is this the... This one? Okay, yeah. First, I want to ask one question. Any of you have ever engaged into a manifesto before? Anybody? You have? Okay. Anybody else? No? maybe? Yes? Okay. So from the ones that already have done, we're going to learn from your experience. And for the ones who never done it, this is going to be a new experience and hopefully a successful one. So, but that depends on you. I want you to trust the process. Take me on this, go on this journey with me. But the outcome is going to depend on you. So all I'm going to do is to facilitate this process, together with my beautiful colleague, Lucimara, with whom we have these conversations for a year. And we're very excited. We've been sharing a lot of time, Lucimara and I, during this conference. And just to go back to the point, we all agree that museums have power. And we know that they have power to inspire hope. Lucimara was just saying to me, like this, Ceci, I feel so much hope in the room. There's so much hope. And yesterday, Deborah and I were having one of those exciting conversations back there, checking, and she told me, I asked her, you know, Deborah, so what do you think? And she's like, you know, with no hope, there is no life. We really need to drive people into these ramps on the freeway. And actually, I recently heard someone say that you need 3 things in life. One of them is someone to love. Another one is something you love doing. I think we all agree that we love what we do. And the third one is something to hope for, something that gets you out of bed in the morning, because life is not always that easy. But this hope that we have keeps us going. That's why we are motivated. And even though after 4 days of intense conference, you're still here. So we also heard so much about the importance of engaging in conversations. Today's panels that Lucimara was chairing was all about that, about hearing the voices from the people who have a voice. It's enough about other people to tell us what we think. It's our responsibility to pass the microphone to the people. Power dynamics are changing. Our audiences, they don't want to be seen as an audience. They don't want to be a visitor number. They are people with needs, with rights. They have ambitions, they want something to share. We have to engage in conversations and change these power dynamics and make it all about what my colleague Lutz told me. The key word is equity. We are all at the same level. I mean, this generation, the next generation that is following us, yes, they might be in TikTok, but they have one thing right. They want social fairness, and they're gonna get it, and we're gonna make it possible for them. So, the other thing, and by the way, I got rid of my script, so I'm just now talking from my heart, which is a nice place to be, sometimes. Yes. The third but not least is about action, and this is, you know, I'm going to keep it short, I promise you. This is what we're going to do. We're going to define the action that we want to take. Once we leave this room and we go back to our countries and to our office and to our desk and our daily pressures and, you know, all the demands that life have, we don't have to forget everything we shared today in these conversations under the rain, because we are going to write a manifesto. And why a manifesto? From all the things that we know. Well, you know, some of you already know manifestos across history, you know, had been really a signal of change. A group of visionary people who were thinking forward of the future, put their thoughts together and led change. They led change into action. We can think about the Futurist Manifesto, or we can think about the Communist Manifesto, and there are manifestos not only in art, but also in politics and in every aspect of life. So we think this is also, you know, a good example of a manifesto that Museum Alliance, the Museum Association in the UK has done, which is a very interesting process. They probably went through a very lengthy process, but I believe on the power of this room to get there in only 2 hours, 1 hour? Okay, so I told you I like challenges, so, and I count on you. So what purpose does it serve? Very interesting question. So first of all, I mean, we know this. Actions talk louder than words. So tell me what you do. Or like Maya Angelou says, people forget what you do, but they don't forget how you make them feel. But what they definitely will not forget is the actions that you take. So this is why we're going to map it. And first of all, we are all, you know, part of the ICOM-MPR. When are we going to change the name? I mean, how many of you work in PR, I mean, their work and the job that we play is way broader, you know, and I believe that we are very close to the people we do, you know. We have to go from communication to leading change because we are so close to people, and understanding people doesn't need a marketing research. You can just go out to the coffee shop and talk to people, you know, and connect with them. And I do that in every project. And then people say, oh, how did you find out? Well, when was the last time you spoke to people? When you had the last time you had a conversation? So how are we going to change the role of what we do? So we're not this marketing people at the end of the day that has to promote a, you know, an exhibition. I mean, across the last 3 days, we saw so many initiatives that are bringing the voice of people forward. And we do it from this corner of the organization. So please, for the next one, let's change the name, right? That's at least one thing we can do. And then, so what is going to be the outcome? So after we collect all the input that you are going to give, and we're going to transform it into a toolkit that drives change. Might take us a month to bring it together, but I think we should circulate it with the community and with the ones who weren't as lucky to be here today. They also should benefit from these ideas and concrete actions. And how are we going to do it? Ta-ta, ta-da-da-da-da. This is the challenge. So we're going to create it together, yeah, in collaboration. This is what it's all about. Also, we're talking about power dynamics are changing. Are we, with ourselves, collaborating? How many platforms from conversations you had within the conference? Well, this is one. So we are agents of change, and this is a choice you make. So if you wish to continue further, this is what it's leading to. And this is what we are going to fill in. This is the overall sentence, but we're going to break it down. I believe that, and we're going to choose an area of action from the new definition of museum. Then, however, there are barriers. We're stuck. There are things we have to overcome. And then, what are we going to do? What are the actions we're going to take? So this is the sentence that we're going to complete. But this sentence is going to be broken down in 3 acts, like any good theater piece is broken in 3 acts. First act is we're going to get into groups in the big room, 5 people, depending on how we are, or 4, as many groups as possible. And I've got with me a very nice army of coaches who've been along the way and also, you know, put it up. So I like to the coaches to stand up, so you know who they are, and they are going to facilitate each of the groups. Yeah, so we get to the results that we need because we only have an hour. And then what else we're going to do? Yes, we're going to select an area of action, only one, just to focus. Yeah. So 1 area of action per group. And don't worry if you don't remember, because our beautiful coaches are going to guide you through. And then we are going to say, because we believe, and we will choose the area of action. And I think, Lucimara, maybe you want to say something about it.
Well, it's going to be hard to keep up all this energy, but I'll try. I think what we're trying to do, as you have seen, is to bring into action everything that we have gone through here. But we are in the light of this vision of the new definition. And we know that these terms means different things for you. Depends on the museum, the region, the country. So when we come together in a group, we'll also be discussing what accessibility means for you and what it means to the South, what it means to the North, what diversity means, what sustainability means. And it may mean different things. And this is why we want to come together. And this is why when she asked why ICOM-MPR doing this, because public relations needs to be truth. We need to speak the truth. We need to be relevant, and we need to build trust. And we need to convey the message and communications that will resonate with the contemporary issues. And we still have to learn as well how we build stories and narratives that convey that message. And this is something that we want to go through in the exercise. Yes, it's just an exercise, but it will help us to come out with the issues that perhaps will be the struggles that you have when you come back and you try to go back to your organization and rethink about your mission statement. So it's kind of an exercise that we do together in a company, and in a company of experts that goes through communications, marketing, but goes through the truth of our museums. So just if you want to pass there, Cecilia, so what sustainability means to you, individually, for your museum, for your region, for your country. We talked about this morning. The second, in terms of inclusion, Is that about people with accessibility that you want to include? Is that about race? Is that about gender? What is relevant to you? We want to listen to this in the group this afternoon. And in terms of diversity, what does it mean for you? It means different things. As today, we were listening from Linda. Diversity there is something else, and we need to hear from your story, and also thinking about the narratives that your museum are taking care of, the typology, the collection you have, the responsibility you hold on the type of diversity you want to be meaningful. Just think about it. And the next one is preservation, and preservation in a broader sense. We talk about climate change. We talk about how our collections are under threat in different parts of the world, so just think about as well. And this is part of what we want you to fill the blank. And that's what the exercise we're going to do.
Exactly, so that's going to be the first part. Yeah, the second act is going to be about I was going to say something crazy, but I won't stick to the plan. So the second thing is going to be about what are the barriers that we identify. That's all very good in paper, but when I go back to the floor next Monday, what are the barriers that you are experiencing? And you can be as creative as you want, yeah? And we're going to identify 3 barriers, because it's not realistic to think that, all the doors are open. We are all, we are in the museum world. If one thing we learned is to constantly be climbing faces and engineering solutions. So what are those fences? What are those barriers? And then, so this is going to be, however, the things that we are feeling at the moment, that we're feeling stuck. Yeah, and let's share our frustrations, because it's very important to bear them in mind. And then last piece of it will be, well, knowing this area that we're aiming for and the barriers that we have, what are the actions we're going to take? Right? So these are the actions that you're going to have. We're going to come back to 3. I'll leave it to the coaches how they want you to lead you into that solution. And that's going to be very interesting, because we're going to define where we're going to do. And you can be very creative and specific, or you can be, more big picture. So this is the plan in 3 steps. And you'll get some hangouts, so don't worry. And this is how it's going to look at the end. At the end, one person from the team is going to share with the rest of us. It's going to be put on a wall. That's going to be our manifesto wall. And if we agree, we'll sign it, take a picture together, and take it forward to the people we know, and inject this energy of change. And then what's next, we circulate it with everyone. And maybe it's the beginning. Maybe next time we do it with more people, bigger, but there is always a beginning. So this is not the end of the conference. This is the beginning. So let's do it, right? Let's do it. Thank you for your attention.
Deborah, I just want to add this wonderful speech from Cecilia. We have a hashtag, which is Museums for Action. So make sure, if you want to share, if you want to post the photos, if you want to post pictures of the exercise or of your group discussions, use this hashtag, Museums for Action, which we're circulating on our channels from ICOM-MPR, and we hope this will draw attention when we get the manifestos spread out. People can lead to what we have done through the process. Thank you.
So 2 hashtags. Hashtag ICOM-HPR and hashtag Museums for Action. So at this point, we want to thank those of the audience out there in the world that have joined us today on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We hope you've gotten some. And please consider joining ICOM-MPR if you haven't. This is just the beginning. And consider and follow us on Facebook and on our website at ICOM-MPR. At least for now, it's ICOM-MPR until we change the name. Okay. So thank you very much, YouTube audience. Goodbye. And so now instructions for.
Yes. Okay. So now, first of all, as they say in the tube, take your peso.